Good morning. Today is the last third day of the conference. I'm glad to meet both those who are currently at the JUOZAS KAROSAS Chamber Hall of the Lithuanian Academy of Music and Theatre, as well as the conference viewers on the Academy's YouTube channel. My name is Jānis Kudiņš. I am guest from the Jāzeps Vītols Latvian Academy of Music, and I will moderate the morning session of the conference today. And we start the conference, and this is a special session of the conference called Lithuanian History on Opera Stage, a Transnational Perspective. 3 Lithuanian researchers will present their research to us as the first. With great pleasure, I'm inviting to give presentation Rūta Stanevičiūtė. She is a professor of the Lithuanian Academy of Music and Theatre. With kind permission, I would like to remind that Rūta Stanevičiūtė is both the creator of this special session and one of the main inspirators of this conference. Please, Rūta.
Thank you very much. In this paper, I will present an introduction to the ongoing research project, Lithuanian History on Opera Stage. This is being carried out by our interdisciplinary team, art researcher Helmutas Šabasevičius, my colleague musicologist Jūratė, Katinaitė, and me. And although Zdravko Blažeković instructed our students not to speak about the reasons why we started one or another research and about context, I have to say some words to comment why we decided to investigate this topic and what is general context of operatic tradition in Lithuania. So Lithuanian history, opera has unique place in the heritage on Lithuanian themes. Not just Lithuanian composers, but also foreign creators of operas used to give voice to Lithuanian historical and mythological narratives. Lithuanian narratives dominate the national opera in Lithuania, and a number of great foreign composers, from Alessandro Scarlatti and Amilcare Ponchielli to Alexander Scriabin, Nikolai Rimsky-Korsakov, and others, have taken interest in Lithuanian history and mythology. As the field of study is very broad, I have chosen to discuss only a few aspects, namely, and as I said previously, it will be not something like preliminary results, but just a very introduction to our project. So in Lithuania, the institution of opera is closely linked to the history. This is the questions that I discuss. Shortly, this is the representation of Lithuanian history in different opera paradigms and intersection of musical nationalism and musical exoticism in Lithuanian themed opera repertoires. In Lithuania, the institution of opera is closely linked to the history of statehood. The social power of genre was particularly evident during the periods of state consolidation or political change, while at the same time serving the cultural expression and prestige of various social strata. Just after its birth, by the beginning of the 17th century, opera had already reached the Grand Ducal Palace of Lithuania, strengthening the political and cultural ambitions of the elite. During the years of Tsarist oppression, romantic myths and folklore sung in operas refreshed the national consciousness of bourgeoisie and peasants. In the interwar Lithuanian Republic, the opera stage became a modern national shrine. In the Soviet Lithuania, a politicized bastion of cultural power, and after the 1980s, a space for experimentation, destroying national myths and genre cliches. At the same time, for more than 400 years, the creators of opera genre have actively contributed to the construction and consolidation of Lithuanian historical narrative. In this abundance of repertoire, three operatic paradigms can be distinguished, which differ not only in their musical stylistic, but also in the ways of representing Lithuanian history. These are Baroque, Romanticism, and Modernism, the latter of which can be further divided into three phases: modernism, postmodernism, and metamodernism. The early paradigm is represented by the Alessandro Scarlatti oratorio San Casimiro Re di Polonia, premiered in Rome. This opera was commissioned by Marie Casimir, Queen of Lithuanian Polish Commonwealth. The plot, which depicted the life of Saint Casimir, the king and patron of Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, incorporated the Lithuanian topic into a universal history of Christian civilization. The situation began to change radically in the mid-19th century, when Lithuanian history began to be integrated into the emerging discourse of modern nations. In this era, opera, more than other musical genres, was influenced by the creation of modern nation state and struggle for national liberation, the ideas of political romanticism and national historicism. In this way, Lithuania's national history is linked to the current processes of European political history. Characteristic examples include Amilcare Ponchielli popular opera, The Lithuanians, a striking work imbued with ideas of national liberation, and a series of operas by Polish composers based on romanticized plots from the time of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania. The 19th century Lithuanian land and its heroes occasionally appear in works by Russian composers. The nature and past of Lithuanian minor, the struggles of Prussians and Teutonic Knights interested many German composers, including Ernst Hoffmann and Richard Wagner. To summarize, Lithuanian topics in opera had been spreading before the formation of national opera, so Italian, Russian, German, and Polish romantic operas, and occasionally the images of Lithuanian history shaped by them found their echoes in national opera as early as in the 20th century, both in the interwar period, in the Republic of Independent Lithuania, and in Soviet era. In terms of musical style, a large part of the operas of the two epochs from different countries also represent the Romantic tradition, which developed in Europe as the construction of a nation through the genre of opera. In Lithuania, the most prominent examples of this tendency are our first stage professional national opera, Gražina by Jurgis Karnavičius, and probably the most popular national opera, Pilėnai by Vytautas Klova. Both were staged repeatedly, not only in Lithuania, but also in emigration. However, the most popular historical character in Lithuanian operas was our first king, Mindaugas of Lithuania, portrayed in 4 operas by Lithuanian composers and 1 opera by Polish composer from the 19th century. Lithuanian operas with a romantic code mainly chose plots from the Grand Duchy of Lithuania or mythology, without departing from a romanticized historical past, which began to emerge in the works of Adam Mickiewicz, who inspired a number of operas, and which spread in the historical dramas of the Lithuanian writers, which proliferated in the interwar period. The new optics of Lithuanian history began to take shape only in the 1960s and 1970s, in relation to the official Soviet historiography, and at the same time under influence of a musical avant-garde and the currents of post-war modernism. For a lack of time, I will limit myself to the examples of Soviet Lithuania. Two contrasting tendencies emerge here. One represented the official ideology, as the operas about recent history and the Lithuania emigration. Examples are the opera Kryžkelėje at the Crossroad by Vytautas Paltanavičius, and the Paklydę paukščiai or Stray Birds by Vytautas Laurušas. On the contrary, the criticism of official ideology and the distancing from the stereotypes of Soviet historiography was expressed by the opera poem Strazdas žalias paukštis, Strazdas Green Bird by Bronius Kutavičius, about 19th century Lithuanian poet, and Dievo avinėlis, Lamp of God, about post-war period by Feliksas Bajoras. Both operas had a complicated stage fate. Kutavičius' opera was staged at Kaunas Drama Theatre, while Bajoras' opera has never staged on the opera stage. And we will have a first premiere next year for a first time in November 2022. So, and just why I said that only will focus on these examples, because we had also Chicago Lithuanian opera in emigration, which also might be discussed in this context. Cultural historian Job Larsen writes that the national identities always take shape by opposing the nation to a historically changeable variety of stereotype foreigners. He defines nationalism as the political instrumentalization of self-other stereotypes. According to Homi Bhabha, the dualistic view of cultural situation was shaped by colonialism, whose power is based on a clear distinction between self and the other. This opposition permeates the whole history of opera, where nationalism and exoticism often coexist as two different approaches to the same phenomenon. Lithuania's cultural other is consistently marginalized in operas by Russian composers. Be that as it may, the imperial vision here is first and foremost reflected in the ignoring of a history and political power of a Grand Duchy of Lithuania as an important neighbor of the Slavic states, or in the extremely negative image of Lithuanian Polish Commonwealth in the compositions of the composers of the Mighty Five. As is well known, the first national Russian opera, Mikhail Glinka's patriotic, heroic, tragic opera Ivan Susanin, originally titled Life for the Tsar, depicted the struggle of Russian peasants against the conquering Poles. The opera symbolized the geopolitical confrontation between Lithuanian Polish Commonwealth and Russia, which lasted and continues to last for centuries. At the same time, Glinka's opera characteristically depicts the Russian style in opposition to the other, so-called the Polish world. It means also this Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth is represented by stereotypical dance genres, Polonaise, Mazurka, Krakowiak, etc., while Polish expression is purely collective, depersonalized choral declamation. At the same time, Russian music is always highly personal and lyrical. Those Russian composers who romanticized Lithuania's pagan past did not escape the imperial gaze either. And because of lack of time, I would not discuss this recent approaches to this Russian type of colonization, which was not outside colonization, but this inner colonization formed also during this long 19th century. For example, Nikolai Rimsky-Korsakov depicted Lithuanian pagans in a similar way in his opera Mlada. The opera is set in the 9th and 10th centuries. The imagination of a librettist and composer depicted the life of a Slavic people on the Baltic coast by the river Elbe, so it means in contemporary Germany. In the opera's second act, Lithuanian appear to greet Prince Ratarsky at the Kupola festival. Although the musical temperament of the Lithuanian dance bears little resemblance to the Baltic national image, Rimsky-Korsakov used for it the Lithuanian or Belarusian folklore from the Pavel Shein collection from the end of 19th century. And, you know, I just tried to investigate is it Belarusian or Lithuanian folklore, but it seems to me that it's from the so-called Dzūkija area, which is the same. In fact, this Lithuanian and Belarusian folklore is very much similar. Just short example, this musical episode, which resemblance me more to the Caucasian temperament, neither the traditional image of Lithuanian pagan world. Nėra garso, ar ne? Galiu nuleisti, paleisti iš to.
Iš ko? Iš prezentacijos. Bet čia tas pats bus.
Ne. Nuleisti iš, aš turiu kėlusi kompą jį. Ant desktopo. Ne.
Gerai, man bus pavaita. Bet čia garso nėra. Čia irgi garso nėra.
Ką darysi? Grįžtame iš tai viskas. Ai, čia nebuvo. Sorry. All the conferences always. O galima dabar paleisti tą? Gerai. So sorry, I just will send you a link to this piece. So in Russian and Soviet music, the techniques of musical imagination were strongly influenced by the tradition of Russian Orientalism, the foundation of which were laid by the Russian musical classics Mikhail Glinka and the composers of Mighty Five. As Richard Taraskin has pointed in his writings, Russian musical Orientalism took shape as a subtext of aggressive Russian nationalism. This musical style strongly influenced the work of musically educated composers from Russia and the Soviet republics, both in the representation of exotic cultures and in the representation of national identity. Tatjana Marković argues that the national opera is a paradox and constructed concept and continues that the distinction between national versus international opera is difficult to define. I quote, "There is no deep, significant difference between musical language itself in what is called international and national opera in the 19th century when this division was constructed. In Tatjana's opinion, the paradoxical nature of national opera is particularly evident in the narratives of her first opera. I will discuss this issue on the basis of Lithuanian national opera. The idea of opera had permeated the Lithuanian national movement since the end of the 19th century. In the 1906, the first national opera, Mikas Petrauskas Rūta, was staged in Vilnius by music amateurs, reviving a historical legend. The first professional opera journey to the national stage was accompanied by great expectations and passions because the state theatre and especially opera occupied a dominant position in the musical life of interwar Lithuania. Paradoxically, the composers who demonstrated the most determination to create the first professional national opera were two composers with mixed cultural identity, who, for different reasons, arrived in Lithuania in the second half of the 1920s, Vytautas Bacevičius and Jurgis Karnavičius. Born and educated in Poland, Vytautas Bacevičius, brother of Grażyna Bacevich, came to Kaunas in 1926, determined to work for the benefit of the culture of his second homeland, Lithuania. Meanwhile, Jurgis Karnavičius, who was born in Kaunas in Russian family as Yuri Karnovich and grew up in Vilnius, went to St. Petersburg in the 1903 to study and later was involved in the artistic life of Petersburg. But in the 1927, the composer decided to return to his native Kaunas. Coincidentally, to the same year, 1928, both composers, Bacevičius and Karnavičius, applied to the state institutions for support of the opera idea. The writing of the musical compositions took time, and only Karnavičius managed to realize the idea and to see it premiere. The first new national opera staged at the State Opera was, however, Grażyna by Jurgis Karnavičius, premiered in 1933. So Grażyna, as opera Grażyna as well, its reception vividly symbolize the this construction of a national opera code in the interwar Lithuania, and my main point will be the change in the reception. The Karnavičius tried to invent a Lithuanian operatic style based on the concept and approach that had especially developed in Russian music. In composer's words, the opera uses about 40 Lithuanian folk melodies. And of course, when he was back from Russia, from him was very important to Lithuanize his style, to present himself as Lithuanian composer. The reception of opera has been very controversial, no less than the evident influence of the Russian operatic tradition. Opera critics were influenced by competitive motives. And his main critic probably was another Lithuanian composer, Vladas Jakubėnas, in that time the most influential Lithuanian composer. But I will quote Vladas Jakubėnas from his emigration years, what is interesting because I think that in emigration he was more objectively commenting the first performance of Karnavičius opera. So, remembering interwar reception of Grażyna, Vladas Jakubėnas wrote, the news of opera being prepared was met with understandable reluctance in the Lithuanian musical circles. Karnavičius had not yet joined the ranks of Lithuanian musicians. He was still regarded as a stranger. The fact that he was destined to produce the first Lithuanian opera was a prestigious blow to other musicians who had distinguished themselves in Lithuania. Grażyna became a fait accompli. The impression was great but mixed. The public rejoiced at the fact, admired the Lithuanian melodies that were richly incorporated in the opera. The musicians searched for and found a somewhat difficult, academic, innovative style of Petersburg school. They also eagerly searched for and emphasized the lack of unity between folk elements and the true Karnavičius style. The opera as a whole was accused of being long and boring. Despite diversity of opinions at the state opera, Grażyna by Karnavičius has successfully established itself alongside a rich repertoire of Italian and Russian operas. That is also very important for context, that Italian and Russian opera dominated Lithuanian operatic scene since very beginning. And also I have to add that it's very rare that some Lithuanian operas were staged for, decades or something, as probably in other countries, many operas were performed for just one staging, one production. So Grażyna already in its first season was performed 12 times and remained in the repertoire for several years. Newly edited, it returned to the State Opera stage in 1940, was revived at the Kaunas State Theatre in the 1945, what is interesting, before the end of Second World War. And during the Cold War, it was staged both in Lithuania, in Soviet Lithuania, and in exile. That is also important because at Chicago Lithuanian Opera, only Grażyna was staged until 1990, because it was distanced to the mainland Lithuanian composers, as in many cases they were just discussed as the composers awarded by Stalin and Lenin prizes. It was not always that. So many years later, already in exile, Vladas Jakubėnas reconsidered his early assessment of the first professional national opera, Jurgis Karnavičius' Grażyna. And Grażyna for him was the first original Lithuanian because it was staged at Chicago Opera. Jakubėnas admitted that the American premiere, that after 40 years, a new impression, a new perspective had emerged. This opera was staged in Chicago, celebrating the 10th anniversary of establishment of Chicago Lithuanian Opera in 1957. So it means it was staged in 1967. And I quote, "How does Karnavičius' music sound to our ears now, more than 30 years later? In short, much better than then. It seems that in his time, in the environment of Petersburg, Yuri Karnavičius must have been a particularly Western-oriented composer. The tension between Westerners and nationalism ran through the entire history of Russian music in the second half of the 19th and early 20th century. Among the Westerners, the best-known names are Tchaikovsky, Rachmaninoff, and Scriabin. Among the nationalism, Mussorgsky, Borodin, and Rimsky-Korsakov. In Karnavičiū's music, if there are echoes of Mussorgsky on Rimsky-Korsakov, they are surprisingly few. In addition, there are also quite Western echoes of Wagner and Frank. You see that how reception changed, and I would like also to mention that he used 3 different not only spellings, but he wrote in 3 different ways the Karnavičiū's family name, Karnović, Yuri Karnović, and Karnavičius. So just referring to this very mixed identity. And I hope that this will play, or it's something. It's something strange because I just, copied from YouTube by illegal program, but I hope that's not because of that. Yes, it's something.
No sound.
Yes, no sound, but just, because we are just, I have limited time, I just, what? No, it's not about volume. It just doesn't go. But it's because I have Apple computer. I don't know why. It's something. I hope Jūratė will play more examples, no? So just short conclusions. So history and mythology of Lithuania inspired composers from neighboring countries such as Poland, Russia, Germany, and Italy. There are some other examples in the 20th, 21st century, but I will discuss this later in our collective monograph. But the motives for choosing Lithuanian topics and the musical representation in the operas varied. Foreign Lithuanian operas were influenced both by the current of musical exoticism, characteristic of a genre, and by musical nationalism stimulated by the rise of modern nations. In Lithuania, the search for a national operatic code was strongly influenced by foreign examples, especially Italian and Russian operatic traditions, which were also prevalent in the repertoires of Lithuanian opera houses. And I have to say that these numerous Polish operas were never performed, never known. And even from Jakubėna's criticism, it was evident that during interwar period, they didn't know nothing about this, just mentioned that there are some Grażyna operas in Poland, but we don't know about that. So because it was, the Lithuanian Poland was, in that time in the conflict. So collective portrait of Lithuanian romantic opera is characterized by a pathetic historical or mythological narrative, the genre of opera seria or operatic tragedy, search for a national color accompanying the portrait of heroes, and structuring or imitation of characteristic features of Lithuanian traditional music. The operatic optics of Lithuanian history, both in Soviet era Lithuania and in emigration, began to change only after 1960. Prompted by modernization of national music and confrontation with ideologized Soviet historiography. I had no time to discuss, but it's interesting that in the same 60s, 2 operas on contemporary subjects was composed by Lithuanian composers in United States. And it was really very interesting conflict with 2 perspectives to the same topics from Chicago, from emigration, and from Soviet Lithuanian. Most, for me, also, very interesting also is that Laurušas, who wrote this very critical opera on Lithuanian emigration, later became friend of Jeronimas Kačinskas, emigre composer, who also wrote opera about Lithuanian who tried to escape Soviet Lithuania, but was not allowed to do that. So, it's very, this conflict did not influence their friendship and their, context in later years. So in Lithuania, the critical discourse of opera developed as a subtext of musical nationalism, which erupted in public debate between interwar period and the years of Soviet stagnation. So theoretical reflection of musical nationalism diminished during the years of restored independence, although the Lithuanian opera scene of the last decades has seen a proliferation of significant Lithuanian themed compositions. So just is my end, and I have to say that paradoxically, this cease in the interest in musical nationalism in Lithuania was one of inspiration to start with our operatic research project. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rūta. Very interesting topic, because heritage in the opera genre in each country is very topical, because opera genre is very social important as art genre. We have
We are out of time, but just
very little
Sorry.
discussion. Any questions, Tatjana? Yes, please.
So thank you, Rūta. I always wanted to ask about National Lithuanian Opera. I don't know almost nothing. I don't know anything. So now I wanted to ask about the language of operas. Were there different versions, or was it the beginning in Lithuanian? And was this opera staged in Moscow?
which was Rimsky-Korsakov, Mlada, or
No, Gražina, all about Gražina.
Gražina was staged. Helmutas could explain more. It was staged, not Gražina, but
Or
no,
some other, yeah.
in Moscow, no. Lithuanian operas never staged in Russia. But you know, for me, very interesting is unfinished opera by Alexander Scriabin, Jūratė and Kęstutis, which was somehow reconstructed some fragments, and it was performed in Russia. But the question about language, all the Lithuanian operas representing the romantic tradition were in Lithuanian. And Lithuanian opera, both during interwar years and also in Chicago, was known for performing the international repertoire in Lithuanian. I think it added some, a value, this surplus value, why this was so popular in Lithuania, because all the operas were performed in Lithuanian language, in translation, mainly. Of course, later, in Soviet times, it changed, but that was.
But they were composed with Lithuanian libretto, in Lithuanian.
No, I mean international repertoire was sung in Lithuanian language.
And Lithuanian operas?
No, Verdi, for example.
Yes, but Gražina.
Gražina was in Lithuanian, of course.
Lithuanian.
Thank you. I have one question for interest. What exactly would be considered exotic depiction of any nation and culture? Would Latvia and Latvians also be an exotic topic in an opera by Lithuanian composers, hypothetically? I ask because in Latvian language, the word exotic related with more far lands, cultures, and nations, for instance, Africa, Americas, or Australia. Maybe more precise will be denomination alien or an alien, not exotic, but it is my reflection about this.
Yes, you're right. It's really large topic to speak how to describe this other, because there are different approaches. But speaking of, because it's self another for me, like, this national and nationalism and musical nationalism, national exoticism, and using this notion of exoticism, I of course refer to this now this century approach to the Russian culture and Russian Empire in general, because this imperial gaze was not they just look to these small ethnicities and other nations, not as to the alien or something, just enemies and so on, but it was like, to some exotic Indians, because it was inner colonization in Russian Empire. And this inner colonization somehow influenced the musical models. And for me, it's really the most, striking fact is that sometimes even caricaturic these models to represent these smaller, ethnicities in Russian operas, later was used in Lithuanian operas to represent our own identity, this conversion. It's very interesting, this process, and I think it's interesting to study.
Thank you, Rūta. I have second question, but I don't ask a question about criteria of so-called amateur and professional opera, because in my opinion, it is very confusing, but maybe we continue our discussion in the coffee break. Thank you, Rūta. Thank you. I proclaimed the title of this special conference, study session, bit incorrect, because the title of this session is Lithuanian History on Opera Stage, Ideologies and Representations. Sorry, it is I correct my little mistake. And now will be our next presenter, and I invite researcher Helmutas Šabasevičius. Helmutas is a researcher of the Lithuanian Culture Institute and lecturer at the Lithuanian Academy of Music and Theatre.
Thank you very much for the presentation. And I will start my report focusing on the visual shapes of opera productions and focusing on those who are responsible for this shape. I mean, set designers and costume designers. And I'd like to start my talk from the quotation from the diary of the student of Vilnius University, Theodor Krasinski, who saw the opera Jadwiga, the Polish Queen, or the Union of Lithuania with the Crown, and who was very excited to see the historical characters on the stage and their clothes is shining, as he says, with gold and jewels. Well, I think that we can agree that theater and visual art is very important in the process of shaping historical and national identity, and this was too important in Lithuania, because as you know, after the partitions of Lithuanian and Polish Commonwealth in the end of 18th century, literature, visual art, and theater were only tools where the artists could form the national identity and to communicate these forms with the readers or spectators of the performance. As already Rūta mentioned, some works of literature were very important in creation of certain operas, both in Lithuania and Poland. And first of all, I'd like to remind you Adam Mickiewicz, who wrote several influential works which had a very great impact on the development of operatic culture. And I mean his poems Gražina and Konrad Wallenrod. Well, dissemination of these stories started in the middle of the 19th century, even earlier when the French edition of Konrad Wallenrod was published, and later in the middle of 19th century, quite interesting Lithuanian artist, Vladislav Neverović, who, being really a teenager, participated in uprising of 1931. He had to flee Lithuania, and he even had to change his name, and he settled in Paris. So he decided to translate works of Adam Mickiewicz into French and into English and French, and he published a very nice book illustrated by the engravings created by himself. But well, it's also interesting for me as visual art historian that into this book he included also some engravings based on other French artists who were, well, maybe his friends or colleagues, and quite interesting is to compare the scene of the funeral of Gražina, which was drawn and engraved by Tisevič, with the image of the painting Evening or Lost Illusions by Charles Gabriel Glier, but it's another topic. Maybe Adam Mickiewicz works also were connected with the presentation of Lithuanian subjects in international opera stories. And I'd like to remind you that Italian edition of Konrad Wallenrod was published in 1861. And maybe this publication caught the attention of Amilcare Ponchielli, who wrote the well-known opera I Lituani. I must confess that, well, last year, visiting Archivio Storico Ricordi and looking through the original score of Ponchielli I Lituani, I was really moved and touched seeing these handwritten words, O Patria, O Lituania Mia. But I really doubt that when this production was on stage in Milano alla Scala, well, audience knew where this where this country was, and well, it was not important for the audience the nationality of the characters and political well, narrative of this story. And this also could be proved by looking through the set designs and costume designs of this opera created by Girolamo Magnani. Here you see some sets also from Archivio Storico Ricordi, and costumes of the main characters. And if we compare these costumes from the opera I Lituani with the costumes from the opera I Goti by Stefano Gobati, we can see that there is no difference. And well, Lithuania in the original production of Ponchielli, well, it was just any land in medieval Europe without any specific features. But well, a short excursus could be made investigating the costume of the female heroine of this opera, and I'm talking about Aldona, because I have well, a presumption that maybe this image of Aldona was was coined, maybe, if I may so, by using some images of other Lithuanian heroines, which were still already popular in Western Europe. And I'm talking about Emilia Plater, who was lithographed, and this lithograph was available in many European countries. And maybe it also another quite interesting sub-narrative could be mentioned. It's a choreographical piece La Lituana, which was quite popular in the middle of the 19th century in all over the Europe, and all famous ballerinas of this time, including Fanny Cherito, Fanny Elsler, and Augusta Nilsson in Denmark, they had this piece in their concert repertoire. And there are some similarities of these costumes, costume details, but this needs to be researched more. Lithuania by Ponchielli also was produced by Italian Opera in St. Petersburg. But of course, because of the censorship and because of that the name of Lithuania was erased from the European maps and was trying to be erased from the memory, the title of Lithuania was changed, and the opera were performed under another title, Aldona, which is the name of the main female character of this opera. It's interesting that in the press information about the upcoming opera, we can read that sets for this opera they are planned. They were planned to be brought from Milan, but the costumes they were maybe found in the storage places in the theater because. Well, I'm sorry, but I wasn't able to research this further because of the Russian war. But I found information in Russian Theatre Library that the author of the costumes and props of in this St. Petersburg production was Pavel Grigoriev, who died many years before the production. So it might be that his sketches or maybe even his costumes were used for the characters of Lithuania. And of course, Lithuania have, well, it was and it still is quite important part of Lithuanian operatic culture. When the plans to create a Lithuanian national opera was in the progress in the 1920s, there were some ideas to choose Lithuania for the first presentation, but later these plans were changed and La Traviata was produced in 1920 December 31. And also Lithuania were planned for the season of 1939-1940, but Soviet occupation prevented to fulfill these plans. But nowadays, Lithuania, they are produced often in the open air in Trakai Castle and also as a concert version in different places, including the courtyard of the Palace of Lithuanian Grand Dukes. Rūta already mentioned the opera, first opera that was written in Lithuanian language. It's Gabrielius Landsbergis Žemkalnis and Mikas Petrauskas composer opera Jūratė, who was produced in 1906. And we have quite many researches on the opera. But speaking about visual part of this production, I also like to mention that the costumes were taken from the storage rooms of the city theater, and there were plans to dress Kęstutis with the costume of the Venetian Doge, but later they decided to dress him in the costume of just any medieval knight. And Jūratė was dressed like a common Lithuanian peasant girl with the national outfit, as you see here in this picture. History was one part of Lithuanian opera repertoire, of the forming of Lithuanian national opera repertoire, and mythology was another part. And well, it's of course we regret that Mikalojus Konstantinas Čiurlionis never finished his opera Jūratė and Kastytis, but he wrote about this opera in his letters. The libretto was written by his wife, Sofija Čiurlionienė-Kymantaitė, and Čiurlionis himself created some sketches for the opera that, as I mentioned, never was written or produced. Thanks to dear colleague Janis Kudinš, we know a lot about Baniuta, and we also we have a publication in the magazine of Lithuanian Music and Theatre Academy, Arts and Praxis. So you can see his quote on the screen, and I will not just say more about this production, although I just wanted to show you two images, and these images were kindly sent me by my Latvian colleague Anita Vanaga from Latvian Academy, showing the set and photo from the performance of the Baniuta, and representing this Baltic national identity, close both to Lithuanian and Latvian mentality. As I mentioned, when we started Lithuanian National Opera in 1920, in Lithuania, somehow this project never came through, and Traviata was the first opera, and the scenic the image of the scene and costumes was very poor, and even in the first poster inviting to this opera, they didn't include the name of set designer, and it is quite often quoted, this quite anecdotal situation when the performer of Violetta, Adela Galonienė, she usually brought her own pillows and bed linen to the performance and carried them back after the opera was finished. But situation concerning the evaluation of visual part of the performance changed in the end of 30s, when the director of Lithuanian State Theatre became Andrius Olekas Žilinskas, who was an actor, a director, and his most famous production was Šarūnas by Mickevičius, another, this time Lithuanian writer, not Adam Mickevičius, but Vincas Mickevičius, and this production is still famous for the unity of all forms of the theater, text and acting and music, and also visual part, which was created by Lithuanian painter Adomas Galdikas. And no wonder that Adomas Galdikas was invited to produce sets and costumes for the first Lithuanian National Opera, as we already know from Rūta's presentation, Gražina by Jurgis Karnavičius. And libretto was written based on Adam Mickevičius poem by Lithuanian poet and writer Kazys Inčiūra. The second opera, Lithuanian National Opera, was written by Antanas Račiūnas, and he worked together with a Lithuanian set designer Liudas Truikys, and one of his piece also is included into the program of our conference. This piece is for Don Carlo by Giuseppe Verdi, but here we see his set and the photo from the performance of three charms or three talismans. And although the action takes place in some very abstract mythological space, and the main idea, as it was written in the program, was of the performance was the fight between good and evil. Here we see the symbols of Christian Lithuanian identity, these images of pietas, and we can find many of these images in Lithuanian folk sculpture created in the end of 19th century and in the beginning of 20th century. And of course, another opera by Jurgis Karnavičius, Radvila the Thunder, Radvila Perkūnas, was produced in 1937, this time Mstislav Dobužinski, Russian artist who considered himself as of Lithuanian origin and who lived in Kaunas for several years. He created sets and costumes for this production, and here we see the curtain of this opera with the coat of arms of Radvila family, and very meticulous recreation of Vilnius with one of this most important architectural monument, not only architectural, but well, spiritual monuments, and I'm talking about Gates of Dawn with the picture of Mater Misericordia hanging here, and we can just imagine how audience was moved seeing this image, because, as you know, between the wars, Kaunas was temporary Lithuanian capital, and Vilnius was in the map of Poland. So all these references, they also added this with national and spiritual value to the performance. Another piece, another Lithuanian national opera, was based also on the romantic sources, and I'm talking about quite confirmed historical event of the self-immolation of the Pilėnai inhabitants when they were surrounded by crusaders, and this topic was used also in visual art, and here you see the painting by Vincent Dmowski, who was first to touch this in visual art. And usually we are talking about theater productions or which were based on literature, or paintings which were based on literature. But here we have opposite thing, because Vladislav Sirokomla, romantic poet, important for Lithuanians, for Belarusians, he was so impressed by this picture that he wrote later, he wrote a poem Margir, and this poem started the history of the operatic productions based on this subject. First was Konstanty Gurski, who is still important in Belarus and Poland, and his opera Margir was produced for the first time in Poznan, and in the poster, I wasn't able to find any name of set designers, so I presume that costumes and sets, maybe they were also taken from the just storage rooms of the theater to create this Lithuanian image of this subject. And I see that I have no time left, so I just very short notes about few productions which were produced in Soviet times. First of all, propaganda opera Marytė, based on story of Soviet partisan Maria Melnik, who was killed by Nazis, and it was a separate narrative, and we have a Soviet movie, and on the first photo you see the filming of this movie here in Vilnius, and opera by the same Antanas Račiūnas, who was talking in his Three Champs about the general fight of good and evil. He produced this propaganda opera Marytė, and here we see the costume for Marytė with the inscription "torn up blouse," and the final curtain, most probably depicting the monument of Marytė, which was later erected in Zarasai, and with the Gediminas castle in the background. And Liudas Truikys also quite interesting example when he did Gražina production in Kaunas in 1968. He used a Lithuanian coat of arms in the curtain and also in the costume, so in the costume of Liutauras, of the main character of this opera. And it was really quite interesting because all these national symbols, flags and coats of arms were strictly forbidden in Soviet times. So having them on opera stage was also, well, quite interesting solution, and even researching the visual material in the Lithuanian Theatre and Music and Cinema Museum, I found this photo, which it's a close-up of this scene, representing this stylized image of Vytis. Rūta already mentioned this production, which was held, produced not in the opera stage, but in Kaunas Drama Theatre, and another opera ballet. It was conceived by the composer Feliksas Bajoras, was also produced in Drama Theatre, in Lithuanian Drama Theatre, and as Rūta mentioned, we are awaiting of this premiere in a few weeks, in a few months, in November. So finally, I also want to just shortly mention this production by opera by Gintaras Sodeika, which was a piece which Lithuanian National and Opera and Ballet Theatre asked him to write based on the libretto by famous Lithuanian writer Sigitas Parulskis. And here on the stage, set designer Gintaras Makaravičius recreated the real house where the Act of Lithuanian Independence was signed. And you can see this house walking through Vilnius, through Pilies Street. And in the video projections by Rimas Sakalauskas, we can see different the collage of different images from Vilnius, including bell tower, cathedral bell tower, and the National Opera and Ballet House itself. And at the end, I just wanted to show you, to remind you a few notes on the really contemporary Lithuanian operas, which also deals with Lithuanian history. But these operas produced by Opera Mania and by independent producers, they also represented Lithuania, but not illustrating the specific or nationalistic Lithuanian details, but approaching to much wider international audience and discussing much wider global problems. And I have in mind this opera Have a Good Day, which was produced already 10 years ago, but still it is performed and internationally performed. And of course, our pride is opera Sun and Sea Marina, which again was produced by independent producers and which won us the first Golden Lion in Venice Biennial, and which was widely shown on international theaters. And as you see here in Teatro Argentina in Roma, a lot of investments, they had to do a lot of work filling this theater auditorium with sand and allowing the audience to listen to this opera. And last year, of course, it is connected with the international fame of this production. All performances of Sun and Sea Marina were sold out, and this production was shown in the abandoned former Vilnius taxi park. And I myself, I wasn't able to get a ticket to see this. So thank you very much for your attention, and maybe some questions.
Thank you very much, Helmutas. Very interesting, very informative, rich presentation about Lithuanian opera and visual elements during the time and changes. Unfortunately, we have a few time for discussion, but maybe any questions? Okay, one question for interest from me about Opera Marger. it is the story, the libretto is based to the story which explained in the Kraszewski novel. Also, it is or not.
Well,
it is
Sirocco
another
and
Marger.
Kraszewski, they are connected, but this one is based on Kraszewski Marger, on Sirocco Marger.
Yes, but it is possible. Return to this slide. Yes, Marger. It is Marger, and what is young lady? Maybe Barbara Baniuta?
Her name is
sorry.
She is the daughter of this knight, of this king of the not the
Yes,
king, but
yes, of course.
the leader
It is my fantasy. Maybe also is Marger and Barbara Baniuta as like in Kraszewski novel.
Well, I got these materials not that long ago, and I need still to go through because it was produced, as I mentioned, in Poznan.
Okay, okay. Thank you very much. Very interesting. Thank you, Helmutas. So, and third presentation will give Jūratė Katinaitė. She is a music critic and journalist at the Lithuanian State Radio, and now Jūratė is studying at the musicology doctoral program at the Lithuanian Academy of Music and Theatre.
Okay, I will start until this is looking for my PowerPoint. Okay. Hello to everybody. And my topic is Lithuanian opera under Soviet rule. And I will concentrate only on the operas on the main official stage, the so-called Lithuanian State Academic Opera and Ballet Theatre, not about underground operas, sort of Kutavičius or Bajoras. So during the Soviet era, the Communist Party raised the issue to create a new society in Lithuania. There were several strategies to achieve the goal: repression and deportation of the former elite, ideological changes in the educational system, total censorship of media, conversion of the history of Lithuania, and the new content of socialistic realism in arts and literature among them. Lithuania was occupied by the Soviet Union on the 15th of June in 1940. Next June, after the year, the Soviet Union was attacked by Nazi Germany. So the period from June of 1940 to June of 1941 is called the first occupation, and the post-war decade are the second occupation. The first occupation was full of misunderstandings because people had no idea what the nearest future held for them. The situation at the State Theatre in Kaunas was described later in 1943 in the report of theatre management to the Nazi headquarters. The Bolsheviks, deliberately subordinating theatre art to their propaganda aims, quickly began to organize the theatre repertoire. They used the most sophisticated methods: intimidation, coercion, and promises to lure the most prominent artists into their fold. Some Bolshevik figures used to say openly, "We don't need churches, we need theaters." What the church used to do in the past, the theater artists have to do in the Bolshevik system. Well, and they felt the theater with all sorts of orders, all sorts of decrees and ideas for the great idea of the masses. Even the masterpieces of the world classical heritage were stuck. Nevertheless, at the early stage of occupation, some Lithuanian composers were happy to introduce their scores, or at least ideas for new operas and ballets, to the new Bolshevik management of the State Theatre. Juozas Tallat Kelpša, Antanas Račiūnas, Abelis Klinickis, Vladas Jakubėnas among them. The Bolsheviks initiated the Decade of Lithuanian Literature and Art in Moscow, which was supposed to take place in 1941. They were in a hurry. Artists of all fields were urgently required to produce national works of new content, which would present the cultural breakthrough of the Lithuanian nation after joining the Union of Brotherly Nations. The local authorities were not trusted, and Gennady Chuchkalov, who was sent from Moscow Committee for Art Affairs and appointed deputy head of the Council of People's Commissars of the Lithuanian SSR, soon reported to Moscow that the Lithuanians had no idea of how to prepare for the decade or what to show, and that therefore Moscow had to send urgently a few art experts. It was done. A couple of weeks later, a theater director, Leonid Volkov, conductor Sergei Stolarov, and ballet master Fyodor Lapukhov arrived at the Kaunas theater to lend a fraternal helping hand. There is an example how they created new content. Shortly before the occupation, there were plans to stage Pagirėnai, an opera by Stasys Šimkus. Conductor Stolarov reviewed the score and expressed a favorable opinion, while Volkov, after reading the Russian translation of the libretto according to the composer's son, found it acceptable in principle, because he was able to see in it the signs of the social struggle of the villagers against the bourgeois. I remember when my father, returning from one of these evaluation meetings of this opera at the theater, complained, "If we do everything the way they want us to do, Pranas will be walking around in the 18th century Lithuanian village with a red flag." Finally, the idea of the decade failed because of the war. No opera by a Lithuanian composer was premiered during the first occupation. After the war, at the beginning of the second occupation, ideological control in Lithuania was further strengthened by the adoption of one resolution after another regulating the content of works of art. In 1945, a joint resolution of the Council on the Sovietization of Lithuanian art obliged the Board of Art Affairs to announce a competition for drama and opera works, the content of which would reflect the heroic struggle of the Lithuanian people against the eternal enemy, the German plunderers, both in the past and especially during the Great Patriotic War, as it was so-called World War II. The partisan movement and the liberation of the Soviet Lithuania by the heroic Red Army and the reconstruction of the Republic after the war. This is a very specific program which outlines the ideological content of the libretti expected from the writers and poets who collaborate with the composers. Indeed, there was no such naive excitement as in 1940 among other opera composers. Everyone was aware that control of the libretto could complicate the creative process, and that the realization of the work on stage was far from meeting expectations. The pressure on composers was unrelenting, and it was urgent to create a national opera glorifying the exploits of the Soviet army, the savior of the Lithuanian nation. The first Lithuanian Soviet opera, Hero, was a real person, which radically changed the biography according to the cliches of Soviet ideological censorship. This was a Soviet partisan Marita Melnikaitė who first came to the public's attention from the cinema screen. The film Marytė was made in 1947 by Russian director Vera Stroyeva at Mosfilm, based on the cliches of Stalinist propaganda biographical films. The role of Marytė was also given to Russian actress Tatjana Lenikova. although the film was criticized for its inaccurate portrayal of the Lithuanian context. The inconsistency of the heroine's own biography, the straightforward propaganda, a Russian actress with whom Lithuanian couldn't identify, and finally, the lack of artistry. The government didn't get back, and the alleged heroine continued to be mythologized as a symbol of the communist ideology. Račiūnas was finally chosen for project of the first Soviet opera. This step may have been taken not only voluntarily, but also because of the stains in his biography. He studies in Paris in 1930s, and his earlier pre-war style of music, which during the Stalinist era had already been labeled as formalist. At the same time, his mother died in Siberian exile. Not even one of three authors of libretto, the Soviet nomenclaturalist and Stalin Prize winner Antanas Venclova, had faith in the new heroine. The opera's creator simply constructed the libretto as a Communist Party task, as reflected in humorous letter by Petras Keidošius, one of the librettists, to Račiūnas on the day of the premiere, in which he alludes to the rather amusing circumstances of the collaboration. The content of the letter makes it clear that fulfilling the government's expectations in the creation of the image of Marytė was a difficult task, so the suffering of the opera's authors was elevated by a lot of alcohol. Like the film, opera was criticized firstly because of libretto. The main protagonist was too schematic. In Marytė, Račiūnas simplified his music style. He had developed in Paris, abandoned the more complex harmony, opted for the traditional form of a close number opera and elementary orchestration. The most successful music, choruses, and Marytė's friend Danutės lullaby. Since most of the criticism was not directed at him so much as the authors of the libretto, the opera was in fact beneficial to his career. Marytė freed Račiūnas, the author of the first Soviet opera, from the sins of the bourgeois past. And this is Danutė Lapšinė. I hope it works. No, negrosim.
No sound. I don't know why.
Oh.
Bet tik taip ir šitą. Per Zoomą kažkaip negroju.
Tai gal ir dėl dangų, tai dėl to negalvoju. So it's such a lullaby. Which one is mine? Perfect. Okay.
Vytautas Klova, a student of Račiūnas, had to return to the partisan theme. He had already gained popularity with his historical opera Pilėnai from 1956, created a mythological opera for young people Vaiva in 1958, when was urged to create something with clearly Soviet content. So he wrote an opera, The Daughter, about young partisans in 1960s. For post-war artists and intellectuals, the standard of patriotism, of Lithuanian nationalism, was the theme of the Grand Dukes. This narrative has been present since the ideology of the pre-war independent state. At that time, patriotism had two sources of nourishment. The first was rural life and folklore. The second was the mythologized history of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania, with a flavor of paganism in it, castles, dukes, wizards, altars, etc. These ideas were quite smoothly adopted by Soviet ideology, reinforcing one kind of historical facts and ignoring another. According to Nerija Putinaitė, during the Soviet period, Lithuanian national consciousness was very strongly based on the mythology of the Lithuanian struggle against the Teutonic Knights. Romantic pre-war Lithuanian sentiments were exploited, reinforcing the ideology that the West had always been hostile to Lithuania. Pilėnai was popularized as a myth. Hostility to the Teutonic Knights was transposed into hostility to the Nazis, and the terms Nazis, fascists, and Germans were used synonymously in the post-war period. In this respect, Pilėnai fulfilled the most important interpretation scheme of Soviet historiography. The Lithuanians are fighting bravely against their eternal enemies, the West, and their big brother, the Russian nation, the Russian hero, or the Red Army, comes to their rescue, in this case, Russian Prince Danila. The story of the Pilėnians who burned to death was also convenient because there is a little surviving evidences in historical sources, so the narrative is open to ideological interpretations. Another important source for Soviet operas, revolution. Vytautas Klova has already been called the Lithuanian Verdi and was commissioned to compose an opera for the inauguration of a new theater building in 1974. The composer felt he was strong in the field of the ancient stories, so to depict the story of the revolutionist poet Julius Janonis was not successful and attractive idea for him. Anyway, it was an important commission. It's really interesting that Algimantas Bražinskas wrote an opera about Bolshevik Juozas Vareikis, who was active during the October Revolution and late in Russia. The opera was premiered in 1987 at the time of Gorbachev's perestroika and on the threshold of Sąjūdis, Lithuanian singing revolution. As for the operas based on the topics from Lithuanian history, there are a lot of problems with Soviet ideologies. Dalia Baidvarionas, based on the poem of Balys Sruoga, besides the class struggle ideology, also fulfills the ideology of evil cleric and religious fanaticism. This is even more sharp in Račiūnas opera City of the Sun about the 18th century Lithuanian cleric Kazimieras Leščinskis, who quitted the priesthood and became the first atheist in the Lithuanian history. He is opposed to the evil bishop. Stray Birds by Laurušas in 1967 exploits the ideologies of the rotten West and bad Lithuanians who emigrated to the West and lived without any aim and virtues. Rūta already explained about it. So do we have the success story? In the context the main opera house, I would say there are 3 operas we could discuss about. The first one is Legend About Love by Vytautas Barkauskas, staged in 1975, the only opera of the Soviet period. The only opera of the Soviet period at the Lithuanian Academic State Opera and Ballet Theatre that is nothing to do with the national topic. It is based on the poem by Turkish communist poet Nazim Hikmet, who fled to Moscow. So Barkauskas was allowed to use his poetry, but the final scene of the opera is openly propagandistic, unfortunately. The second opera is The Journey to Tilsit by Balsys, based on the novel of the German writer Hermann Sudermann and premiered in 1980. Music is really good and the story is interesting, related to the Lithuanian minor. Balsys used dodecaphony, tried to organize music material in the way of the German expressionism of the early 20th century. It was staged once again in 2019 in Klaipėda State Music Theatre on the occasion of centenary of Balsys' birth. So what is interesting in this opera, that Balsys liked very much Richard Wagner and Alban Berg. And we can listen to the reflection, some reflection, musical reflection in the Rafters chorus that reminds Sailors' Choir from Wagner's The Flying Dutchman. So now let us hope it will sound. Oh. Sorry. This is another example about a scene in Tilsit. Lithuanian composers was and now are very strong when they should depict rural depictions, and this is really the strongest part of in Lithuanian operas. But the problems began when we should depict the urban culture. So Balsys had to depict the scene in Tilsit, and I think that he just have lost himself, because he tried to eclectic potpourri with some dances, minuet, and even his one of his pop song used as a separate art piece of pop song. So how it sounds in the material, we can compare with the previous example.
Vadinasi vis dėlto bus. Dabar jis susitiks su pušia. Kažkas rygo iš bangų žuvį. kažkas atsitiko, kažkas atsitiko. Jūra, jūrėlė pakilo, pakilo, pakilo.
Excuse me.
So the question is, do we have the real success in Soviet time with Soviet operas? And I would say the real Lithuanian Soviet operatic hits still remain Pilėnai. So thank you.
Thank you, Jūratė. Also very interesting and very important researching about Soviet occupation period, art and musical heritage. And I have one question.
Yeah.
You say in your presentation such cognition, bad topic influenced by ideology, bad libretto, but good music. If we look to this musical heritage from Soviet occupation time, what approach dominate to Lithuanian musicology if we look into this time musical heritage? Because it's a very important question.
Okay, I write about music as well, but it's too short in time to explain what I think about Lithuanian Soviet operas, about their music. So many of them, especially the early decades of post-war early decades, music is sort of pasticcio by Baroque period, from Baroque period, because they used some ideology and in music sense as well. And you could take one aria to move to another opera and know any differences, because the music was absolutely close numbering format. So even Pilėnai know any leitmotifs, so just beautiful arias, beautiful songs, nice chorus, who they could sound in the concerts, but one to another with little relationship.
Okay, thank you. Maybe some questions from auditorium. So no questions. Many thanks, Jūratė, and we close this conference session. Thank you for attention.
Okay. Welcome back to the conference, and we will actually now continue with the third keynote given by Tatjana Marković, very dear friend of mine, and she's associate professor and musicologist. She conducted research and she conducts research at the Austrian Academy of Sciences and teaches at the University of Music and Performing Arts in Vienna. She's the chair of She's the chair. Does it work?
You have to.
Water, okay. She's the chair of the IMS study group Music and Cultural Studies and the editor of the journal Thema, that is actually published in Vienna. A member of the advisory board of Musik in Geschichte und Gegenwart, as well as of the editorial board of a book series of the Academic Studies Press, Brighton, London, and journals like Studia Musicologica and others. Her research is related to 19th and 21st century opera and Balkan studies, gender and memory studies, and she wrote 4 monographs, which are very impressive monographs actually, and edited 15 books. Her book, Voicing the Nation, Emerging National Opera Traditions in the Balkans, is forthcoming. And I'm looking forward to today's keynote by Tatjana, which is entitled From Historical Verisimilitude via Avant-Garde Fairytale to Digital Archeology. So she will bring us to a very, very long adventure, concepts and technologies of opera set design. Thank you very much for being with us. It's your floor, Tatjana.
Thank you, Antonia, my dear friend, for this. First of all, I would like to say that this is my great pleasure to be here after actually too long break and during this golden autumn time. And I would really like to express my gratitude to the organizers of the conference. It's great that there are 2 women, Professors Rūta Stanevičiūtė and Rima Paviglione, for organization, for invitation, for all details, and above all, for always inspiring discussions about many foreseen projects or just exchange of great ideas. So thank you, Rūta and Rima. Before I start, I would like to say that I changed a little bit exactly because I realized that I promised too much in this abstract and I sent it, I don't know, in June or July. And in the meantime, I realized that this is would be too long. So I focused myself on the problem of archaeology in opera, symbolically, of course, as through set design and also through opera as a work. So the conference started with a keynote about curtains, iconography of the curtains of opera and theater houses. And now we will look what is going on behind the curtains at the stage. So my aim is to present different concepts of opera set design in the 20th and 21st century in Europe and the United States. Through the concept of archaeology in staging 19th century operas by Natalia Goncharova and Zandra Rhodes, and as well as in the 2 contemporary operas, Dream Opera and Chernobyl Dorf, from the actually new operas. Following the avant-garde in the 1960s, theater and opera scenography was radically changed, starting with the emerging of post-dramatic theater. Post-dramatisches Theater, or the post-dramatic theater, is the term coined by Hans Thies Lehmann in his eponymous book published in 1999 in German and 2006 in English, referring to the performance practice since the late 1960s. According to Lehmann, quote, the adjective post-dramatic denotes a theater that feels bound to operate beyond drama at a time after the authority of the dramatic paradigm in theater, unquote. This is referring to the paradigm shift from text or theater play, drama and actor-focused theater to the performance proper, with a focus on the audience and their sense of interpretation. In other words, it means that a particular plot was replaced by the interaction between performer and spectator as a multidimensional process, which we can follow in the opera that is sometimes called post-opera too. The post-opera is defined in accordance with the age of mass media and in relation to new technologies, digitalized or electronic reproduction or screen as a part of scenery, as well as theoretical explanation referring to the medium or institution of opera proper, which changed the interrelations among operatic texts, libretto, music, scenery, costume design. It is also defined through the relation of voice and body in Jelena Novak's book. In both realms, Robert Wilson had a very significant role. As Lehman claimed in the end of the 1990s, quote, over the last 30 years, hardly any theater practitioner has changed the theater. We can also add opera. And the scope of its means, and at the same time influence the possibilities of remaining theater as much as Robert Wilson, unquote. The activities of the acclaimed experimental theater stage director Robert Wilson show that after poets and composers, the opera directors overtook the primary role in the opera world. Wilson's style of theater is referred to as theater of visuals or theater of images, as Bonnie Maranka defined. There are three aspects used by Robert Wilson that make up landscape theater: theater of visuals, metamorphosis, and distortion of time. Theater of images is Wilson's endeavor at freeing the audience from text-specific interpretations, focusing on detail-like precise gestures, movements, shapes of objects, time, and lighting, while sound, language, and time play a more abstract role. Robert Wilson's theater of images uses light and movement to design his landscape. By the way, he studied architecture, so nothing related to theater. Wilson argues that in his performances, there is no emphasis on the importance of any particular performer. This alienates the audience since they can no longer identify with any protagonist. This divergence from mimesis in Wilson's post-dramatic explorations explicates his belief that quotation words are not inherently more important than light, space, and movement, and that the performance may be considered as compositional elements. The phenomenon has priority over the narrative, the effect of the image precedence over the individual actor, and contemplation over interpretation. His and Philip Glass's opera of 4 acts without a specific plot and traditional scenography, Einstein of the Beach, premiered in 1976 at the Avignon Festival, meant a revolution in the opera history. Instead of a libretto, the singers in common clothes pronounced the syllables of solmization, numbers, and short fragments of poetry. Minimalistic repetitions of the core movements, rhythmic melodic motifs, deconstructed traditional dramaturgical flow. I'm sorry. Embodying the mentioned landscape approach. Since it is known, I don't talk more about this. Like Wilson's scenography concept is rooted in the fin de siècle practices of Adolf Appia and Alfred Roller, so some elements. The 21st century set design based on archaeology was announced by Natalia Goncharova around 100 years earlier. Goncharova challenged the limits of artistic, social, and gender conventions as being pioneer of so-called всеотчество or everythingism, according to her first biographer, Ilya Stanevičiūtė. As she and her partner in art and life, Mikhail Larionov, pointed out, quote, "We acknowledge all styles as suitable for the expression of our art, styles existing both yesterday and today." Goncharova indeed pursued various sources from traditional fine arts of her homeland, so Russia, and French Cubist painters. Accordingly, she and Larionov created a new abstract art movement, Lucism or Reism, as well as Neo-Primitivism. This was a style of painting that combined Western modernism with traditional Russian folk art forms like Lubok, this is popular Russian prints, icon painting, and shop signboards. In 1913, Goncharova accepted Djagilev's invitation to make sets and costumes for the Korsakov's The Golden Cockerel in a form of opera ballet in Fokin's direction. So this is watercolor and gouache and pencil or cardboard from 1914. After moving to Paris, she clarified her artistic credo. Quote, modern French painters opened my eyes and I grasped the great importance and value of the art of my native land and through it the value of the art of the East. So again, the so-called exotic, which was for them not exotic. So this is here, the city square, study for set design and also another sketch. Precisely her archaeological research led her to innovative outcome in the realm of the opera ballet set design. In an interview in 1959, Goncharova stated that while working on Le Coq d'Or, she visited the ethnographical collections and discovered sources from the time, as she said, of our tsars and their boyars. So she was very against the ruler, and her works were often censored, and at the end she escaped Russia, but still obviously it was inspiration for her. Her familiarity with the rich ethnographic collections of Nikolai Vinogradov, who stood behind the first exhibition of popular Russian prints at the Moscow School of Art, Sculpture and Architecture in February 1913, had certainly played a significant role in this process. Her sketches for this opera ballet provide the most compelling link between the musical and pictorial Orient, or Russian East, since she was inspired by the Eastern ornament. Almost 100 years later, the British fashion designer and textile designer Zandra Rhodes researched historical ethnographic sources for an opera set of Bizet's Pearl Fishers, not in the same way, but almost. Moreover, Rhodes traveled to Sri Lanka to investigate the culture, fashion, textiles, fabrics, hairstyles, collected some saris, and formed her own recognizable colorful archaeological network of all the chosen objects. She was aware that Bizet had never been to Sri Lanka and that plot was actually planned to be set in Mexico, none of the countries visited by Bizet, so that she was not looking for historical verisimilitude and provided her own interpretation of the visual aspects of the opera, but based on real artifacts from this culture. I will present just short explanation what she said about this.
I'd like to do this, this, and this. And that was all written into the whole thing. So I could go from Hyderabad down to Sri Lanka, and I had another friend with me to sketch with. And I sort of like, we went there for 4 days, then to Madras to find cloth and research nice bright colored saris, back through Delhi. So the whole thing was a nice research trip that got thrown in to think around the subject. So it was quite wonderful.
Layla is a combination of oranges and pinks, so that she contrasts as well with the blue and the greens of the people of the chorus. The Gandhi.
Yes,
pants.
Gandhi type pants with
So these are original saris
details
she
on
brought
them.
from India.
And this is very glittering. It's already got, you can see, can you see the gold, this sari already had on it, I'm trying, gold foil.
It's a foil.
Yes, so that you'll see quite a lot of glistening to add to her importance. A number of very wonderful artists, including Matisse and Marc Chagall, have been asked to do things like this. And I'm really a textile designer that went into fashion. And I don't think that Ian's coming to me for reality. He's coming for a Sandra Rhodes interpretation so that people are going to have a reason for using my production as opposed to someone else's. So the challenge really was to say, how can I treat this like a wonderful big pattern? So I concentrated that it would be a bit far from reality and did pink palm trees with turquoise trunks, and really thought this has got to be a fantasy land over the sea that would have been called Ceylon, and make it a bit pearl-like because they are supposed to be pearl fishers, although there's not really allusions to pearls. So all of that was written into it.
As the producers of this opera performed in San Diego opera in 2004, clarified we needed a clear stage for dance, and we needed a production that would be attractive for other companies to hire and not too unwieldy scenically. So because American theater or opera houses don't have any funds from state or something, they finance themselves. The work is so cleverly packaged that it has been able to travel all over North America, including Michigan, San Francisco, Miami, Denver, Montreal, and so on, due to the fact that the entire production fits in one transport wagon. There is one more point of view when demands for the costumes are in question. They should be visible from a distance, since the audience cannot spot all the details. Moreover, the costumes have to be practical and not to be a burden for the performance, meaning not to make them hot while they are moving. So just when the choreography and the direction were changed 4 years later, Sandra Rhodes modified some costumes. So this is just a short example.
Pivots, I think, is terrifically driven by that kind of thinking. And that particular scene has evolved tremendously since Andrew and I did this together before.
I think it is.
Archaeological approach to the opera assumes also collection of chosen elements from the treasure of opera's past. In this process, the chosen elements are internally ordered in different ways so that the new links, quote, new links and connections were established and discovered among them, Marina Bianchi. Like in the two contemporary operas, I have chosen to present the opera Dream by Jasna Veličković and Chernobyl Dorf by Grigoriev and Razumejko. So if you can see that Jasna Veličković studied the composition in Belgrade and then continued in Netherlands. She lives there now. The Dream Opera is an electronic stage multimedia work in 3 acts that last 12 minutes respectively. So this is short, about half an hour. The performers are 3 musicologists, a composer, a theatrologist, a film director, a painter, and a professor of aesthetics. So group which formed a group of scholars called Walking Theory. And they have their journal with the same name and also different kind of performances, but not like this. So this is a result of their cooperation, the theory, music, and so on. They recite and declaim multilingual text. Traditional libretto is replaced by the random art statements, advertising messages, theoretical definitions, and quotations repertoire in Act 1 and 3. The second act is dedicated to the dialogue between Orpheus and Figaro in English and represents a theoretical discussion about the status, role, and concepts of the opera. So we will hear a part of it. The vocal part, except of the central dialogue, is pronounced in an automate manner and is so like machines, and is accompanied by the instrumental fragments from 6 key works from the history of opera. L'Incoronazione di Poppea by Monteverdi, Mozart's Don Giovanni, Wagner's Tannhäuser, Debussy's Pelléas et Mélisande, Berg's Wozzeck, Einstein on the Beach, and Your Opera by John Cage. So I will show you this theoretical dialogue. This is this self-explanation of post-opera, what is also typical. So this is how it looks. This is a screen. The painter is painting during the performance. Composer Jasna Veličković playing amplified piano, and they also pre-recorded music. Every time she stands up and say Act 2 or Act 3 and so on. So this is Orfeo, Bojana Cvejić, and now comes Figaro. There are 2 musicologists, Ksenia Stevanović. So at least short, this is of course not only theoretical but political discussion about the role of opera, and especially in Serbia where they say there is no history.
Last year I went to Biennial. My father said, if you want to enter Europe, go to opera. So I came to this little German town, and I came to this Spielhaus on the top of the hill. The Spielhaus of Richard Wagner, and with every step that I was climbing, I felt that my feeling of guilt was less. I was deserving it more, and there were all these beautiful, rich people sitting and eating a possible menu, Somy Stroganov, Siegfried, Rindfleisch, crème brûlée dessert, Götterdämmerung. When I reached the top of the hill, I realized there were no tickets left. So I spread my sleeping bag and I stayed there for 2 days and 2 nights in front of the box office. And one evening, there was a very long queue of people in beautiful dresses waiting for a taxi. And a man stepped out and said, I have a ticket for you. Are you looking for Tristan?
I despise opera. I hate opera. Opera is just gala party for bourgeoisie. Where I come from, there is no opera, there's just politics. And that's why I really like politics. I adore politics, I adore being political. It's just the way that I am. When people are talking politically, I know what they mean. I also have enemies, and I like having them around. And my enemies are enemies of the human happiness and of the...
I'm so happy. I feel so lucky to be here in this creative environment, in this campus, in this opera, that I can invest my body to the form of highest art, the place where it's most comfortable to be, this most consumable. Do you know why? Because opera is really an opportunity to be in the world, within the world, where music, image, poetry, they all talk the same to me at once. And I can close my eyes and then I dream.
Okay, I will resume. The threat to human happiness over greed, sloth, hypocrisy, don't disrespect human rights, being anti-PC, it's a very bad thing. So we have to enhance democratic societies, the growth of democratic societies, to let people to become a part of our moral and civilizational we rule. In the same time, we do not need governments who will tell us what to do, actually who will tell us, we take your taxes and then we spread things around. No, we don't need such a government, because such a government is really, you're not interrupting, that government is really stopping us to be what we are, to realize our potentials, to become rich, famous, to become, respected in society. And at the same time, the threat to me, the ideologies, my ideologies, I can always crush people, if they do not agree
agreed with me. I don't know why you're so aggressive. You refuse to admit that you're in opera and that there's nothing more pure, more magical, more sensitive, more true than this singing voice. When the singer starts singing, this huge bosom of a beautiful singer pulsating with breath, and this breath that gives life to this inner harmony. Oh, what? I don't understand that kind of harmony. Yeah, I know what you will say. You will say to me that it's the other, that it's not happening to you. But your problem is this, that you always think that somebody's stealing your pleasure. Come on, enjoy it. I don't know how to behave in opera, you know, and the thing is that only I understand walkers, you know, the feeling of that walking about around, the feeling of the sauntering, you know, going up and down, not being actual in society. But at the same time, I don't know how to behave in opera. Should I be tall or should I be small? Should I be black or should I be white? Should I be the world's forgotten boy whose only desires to search and destroy? Should I be pretty? Should I be rich? Should I stay or should I go? Or should I be, you know, the symphony of...
So should I stay or should I go was always, and still is, the big question of young Serbian people. So majority of them left. The entire sound material coming either from voices or from instrumental excerpts is proceeded electronically arranged and followed by amplified piano played by the composer herself at the stage. The scenery is represented by two screens in juxtaposed rhythms. At the first one, we can follow a projection of a video made of 1,741 still pictures, and a little less moving pictures, or as the composer pointed out, dynamic history of Euro-American visual and performing arts from the medieval times up to that point. At the same time, on the canvas at the same size as the projection screen, the painter does a live painting also throughout the entire performance. In this concept, we can recognize the idea of Robert Wilson, whose aim is to emphasize the importance of each separate element. Quote, in many of my pieces, Wilson, in many of my pieces, what you see and what you hear do not go together. The video and the audio are meant to stand on their own. What I am trying to do is give individual lives to both sound and picture. The opera is concluded by the chorus of all the performance pronouncing their text, or they are in the score they are announced as arias, because they pronouncing either some theories of theater or texts of arias from these operas, with accompaniment of amplified piano simultaneously with pre-recorded music. So my second case study now is the archaeological opera Chernobyl-Dorf, written by two young Ukrainian composers, Grigoriev and Razumeyko, in 2020. So I didn't want to be a sensationalist, but I realized that it fits perfectly about this concept of archaeology. And this opera was premiered in Austria at the festival Musiktheatertage in Vienna as a co-production of Opera Aperta, Protoprodukcija from Ukraine, and this festival in Vienna. So when I see it, I decided to include it. This highly politicized opera, open opera, which will be continued this year or next year, is announced as a dystopia overtaken by the brutal reality of war. So we can see just some of the photos from the performance. It is finished by so-called by the part called Saturnalia, and this was a dance around the cut bloody hair of Lenin. So they played around some of ritual round dance. So this is actually open opera, and they said, and they will continue. This will be part of the next festival too. It is composed in 7 acts and presents the post-apocalypse with cinematographic video works of post-industrial landscapes along the play with universal symbolism. Chernobildorf is a piece of fictional future archaeology that comes frighteningly close to reality due to the harrowing events of the recent present, as it was said. The archaeological opera shows descendants of humanity who survive a number of catastrophes and find themselves in a world after the death of capitalism, death of opera, and death of philosophy. Wandering among the ruins of nuclear power plants, abandoned churches, theaters, and galleries, they try to recreate a lost civilization through archaeological ritual performances. Once again, misinterpreted symbols and signs gradually disappear into the white noise of nature. Voices produce melodies, screaming, and other sounds, both a cappella solo, choir, or accompanied by accordion only, or by partially archaeological instrumental ensemble, and sometimes also by dances. Interestingly enough, a sound of hope in this post-apocalyptic world is traditional female singing, or Ukrainian national folk song, which actually essentialize the entire concept if this is folk song is so this romanticized idea. As a matter of fact, Chernobildorf is set in a similar way like the dream opera. There is no libretto, and the characters included Urania, Electra, Daphne, Venus, Ulysses, Orfeo, and so on. They're pronouncing words in different languages, quoting significant European operas. Instrumental ensemble placed on the stage, which is not a traditional stage, includes viola, morincourt, so this is a traditional Mongolian horsehead fiddle, microtonal dulcimer, microtonal bandura, Ukrainian plucked instrument, guitar, flute, trumpet, trombone, zurna, and duduk, double reed wind instruments, skakuhachi, so this is Japanese bamboo flute, and percussions. I wanted to leave the authors to also to explain their concepts, exactly what was what archaeology meant to them.
Одночасно, але не співпадає зразу.
Поїж коню зеленою травку, поїж коню зеленою.
Чорнобильдорф – це археологічна опера. Туди входить археологічний музей, туди входить віртуальна опера і туди входить безпосередньо перформанс.
Рік назад ми потрапили в Цвентендорф ан дер Донау, таке австрійське місце на березі Дунаю, де дослідили таку атомну станцію, яка була побудована в 1978 році і не відкрилась через протести екологів. І це для нас вона виглядала такою антитезою Чорнобилю. І ми поєднали ці два топоніми Чорнобильдорф і почали працювати над археологією майбутнього постапокаліпсису.
We decided to make a co-production about this phenomenon of two different power plants and their history. And of course, as always, this music theater work developed in a very fine way. We are the partner in Austria of this production. The running or the leading partner for this work is, of course, the ensemble Nova Opera.
В рамках грантової програми міжнародної співпраці ми прагнемо підтримати ті проекти, в яких є оригінальна ідея, вони створюють новий культурний продукт, і вони є результатом співпраці Української культурної інституції і європейського партнера. Україна є питомою частиною європейської культурної сцени, але доступ до цієї культурної сцени не є таким простим для українських організацій через фінансові та інші обмеження. Тому тут грантова допомога є критично важливою.
Грант House of Europe – це перші гроші, які ми отримали, і це половина бюджету. І потім цей грант нам допоміг отримати грант УКФ і вже розвинути це в такий масштабний багаторівний проект.
Це такий умовно величезний всесвіт, постапокаліптична історія про там наступне тисячоліття, грубо кажучи, на руїнах атомних станцій зібрались люди. І от у нас в цій опері мене найбільше надихає фантазія на тему, що би було, якби зникла цивілізація і залишились якісь фрагменти людей.
Ця кімната антропологічного музею присвячена Чорнобильдорському кодексу, і тут в центрі Чорнобильдорська музична система, вона повністю мікротональна, і по цій системі у нас настроєні всі музичні інструменти. Це уртекст, ми так назвали різні плати і мікросхеми, які ми інтерпретуємо як музичні. От ми по цій платі ми грали, наприклад, хор Чорнобильдорський, це квартет, ми робимо таку музичну розшифровку кожної плати і інтерпретуємо це як музику. Це костюм чорнобильдорської людини, тут є елементи уртексту, оце теж ці плати, які використовуються як прикрасу, і такий піано-сайкл ми називаємо, головний убор з клавіш піаніно. Алгоритмічне піаніно австрійського винахідника Вінфріда Річчі, яке він надав нам для цієї постановки. Теж інструмент-робот, який приймає участь у виставі. Постапокаліптична ударна установка художника Євгена Баля, який він зробив для Андрія Нендровського, нашого.
В перформансі використовується матеріал, який є в музеї, безпосередньо всі ці елементи, і інструменти, і ноти, і все інше. А в віртуальній опері зібрані і музей, і всі відео, які ми там знімали протягом наших експедицій. Таку, скажімо, першу уже експедицію зробили якраз в Чорнобильську зону. Це перший твір, де нам хотілося спробувати творити все самим. Ілля виступає в цьому аспекті як драматург. У нас такий дуже еклектичний твір і дуже багатогранний.
Ми запросили дуже різний каст, і вокалістів, і танцюристів, і інструменталістів. Наша задача – розробити гібридного перформера. Людина, яка може все, і у нас міняються. І оркестранти виходять, танцюють, і танцюристи грають на музичних інструментах. Оце такий челендж дуже специфічний. З Австрії ми не планували більше залучити, але через карантин ми залучили тільки одну актрису, але це легендарна жінка Ан Беннет. Вона починала свою кар'єру з роботою з Інгмаром Бергманом. Взагалі вона така зірка німецькомовного театру і кіно. І в цьому проєкті вона приймає участь, на жаль, як відеоаватар. Вона записала свою сцену у Відні.
We are waiting for the chance that the Ukraine team can come to Austria. But of course, as I'm a producer and as I have also international contacts.
And so on. So I think you can have some idea. One of the characteristics of post-opera is also the institutional displacement, which is obvious in the two operas under scrutiny. None of them were performed at the usual opera stage, but in different alternative spaces. This is some kind of cultural center for very different events, with all performers at the so-called stage directly in front of the audience. The scenery of two operas includes screen as one of the most important signs of mass media time, showing that traditional set design is deconstructed or completely replaced by new technological means. In the opera, dream performers are represented only by their voices. The music part of the opera assumes otherwise sounds only through electronic media, functionalizing the stage as a kind of laboratory in which the opera is producing during the performance, so in front of the eyes of the audience. The costume design is set in two different ways. In the first opera, casual clothes is a mean of surmounting the boundary between the virtual and real worlds of performance and the audience. Singers, dancers, and instruments players of Ukrainian opera were mainly nude. During the performance, they also wore casual clothes and some of them stylized costumes, sometimes with elements of traditional national costumes. As Foucault pointed out, quote, there was a time when archaeology, I just forgot to say the reception of the opera in Vienna, was very warm, and when I mentioned the highly politicized context of entire opera, I also had this in mind. So the quote of Foucault, there was a time when archaeology as a discipline devoted to silent monuments, inert traces, objects without context, and things left by the past aspire to the condition of history and attained meaning only through the restitution of a historical discourse. It might be said to play on words a little that in our time history aspired to the condition of archaeology, to the intrinsic description of the monument. We can understand, unquote, we can understand individual new operas as a specific network of archaeological artifacts, as individual archives coming from the opera history itself, or intangible and material cultural legacies chosen to represent certain political, cultural, and artistic ideas. As I concluded elsewhere, the opera today is the most precise seismograph of the given context, especially political. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tatjana, for this incredibly inspiring keynote. I'm pretty sure there are comments and questions, and I'm not going to be the first, of course, coming from the floor. Some questions and comments. Rūta, please.
Just short comment that next Sunday where this opera will be played in Vilnius.
Ah, great.
The last one.
This Ukrainian opera.
Yeah, the Ukrainian. Other comments or questions? So then I'm going to break the ice, as we say in German. I have a couple of issues which I want to bring forward. The first one, as far as the Becher example is concerned. What do you think about this, the way how they do archaeology with this performance, that there actually then are, that was my feeling, and I didn't see the entire opera at all, and I have to actually review it online or whatever, but the way that they put it, and they put, of course, authentic whatever, so on and so forth, garments and costumes, how do they override the exotism of the 19th century with that?
They make their own exotism.
Yeah, but okay, yeah, they make their own how you say that? Exotism. Yeah.
Exactly famous because of this, because of
the
style,
right,
so-called exotic. Yeah, a lot of a collection of all possible different elements, very colorful, very
right.
Yeah, so in that sense.
So you say that substituting one exotism is with the other one.
Partially,
yeah,
because
okay.
It is always a compromise between her real research. So she had a lot of notebooks, and she really researched there in
right.
India, Sri Lanka, and she brought a lot of things. She researched the historical sources.
Sure.
But at the end, she said, at the end, I wanted to, they didn't come to me to remake history, but, or today practices, but to make my own vision on this.
Right. So that's a way to rescue the opera for today's or contemporary audience, so to speak.
Yeah, and so there are, I mentioned some compromises.
Yeah.
She had the task to make it light and to keep open space at the stage for dancers and so on.
Right.
And they said they came exactly to her because she is famous for this style, as I said. And when American audience come to theater, I don't think they want to see black and white. It was, for instance, one Viennese state opera production of Vienna State Opera was in the Metropolitan. Drew by opera JUOZAS. I can't remember. Very famous composer, and they said this is absolutely not acceptable. Just like very refined, but not at all colorful or something. I suppose this was a compromise.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, fantastic, especially about the Ukrainian project in Vienna. I was considering about the term post-opera and its use in today's methodological framework, and also thinking of whether it is related more to aesthetic paradigm of contemporary productions, or is it a genre, or how do you define this, and where you base and how it's appropriated up to date?
So I would mention that Slavoj Žižek, philosopher, said, I mean, he's not a musicologist, and I don't know if he is musically educated, but nevertheless, he said that the more opera is dead, the more it is flourishing. And this is actually true. So this post-opera term is one try to refer to opera which is not anymore in post-industrial age or third industrial revolution, which is signified by new media and digitalized scenery mainly. By deconstruction of all elements of traditional performance practice and opera as itself. So if we don't have a division between stage mainly and the audience, we don't have libretto, we don't have mainly not traditional costumes, no text, and very often electronic pre-recorded music and so on. I mean, the deconstruction of traditional opera elements produce this need to call it in some other way, but it is actually new. There is a book by Jelena Nov. There are several bibliographical units, but it's not really widely accepted, and yeah.
You started with Lehmann's Postdramatisches Theater, which actually was celebrated the 30th anniversary like a few years ago in Berlin. I was there, and we discussed about Lehmann's contribution in theory, that formerly his theory was not considered theory yet, but a compilation of like what he has seen during 70s and up to 90s. And I was wondering whether post-opera is a direct theoretical reaction to post-dramatisches theater, like just 30 years later.
Yeah, but actually Einstein on the Beach is 76 already. It doesn't mean that all operas from since then is differently staged, but I think this was a kind of analog term because of this post-dramatic theater, and it coined in relation to this.
Thank you very much, Tatjana, for your so rich and inspiring talk. And I have questions related to the possible theoretical inspirations of these creators, especially these Ukrainian composers, because when you describe the contemporary opera as seismograph, if it remembers me with, this, how to say, current theoretical reflection of our days as contemporaneity, with this changed feeling of what is present, what is future, what is past, and so on. And for example, Lithuanian composers mentioned by my colleague Helmutas, for example, Lapelytė Timės, who composed this sea and sun and sea opera, they just really openly referred to the Bruno Latour, Anthropocene, and others. So my question would be if these composers referred to any theoretical context or just commented only the product, to say the product, the creation.
That's why I'm very curious to see this opera. I'm sure this is also part of this kind of opera productions. So I was enlightened, so to say, by visiting this festival in Vienna, representing some small productions and not mainstream opera, but new operas you cannot, I don't know, you don't know even that they exist. There are never in opera houses, and you can't really find them and see them. So there is what I could see there, that from different countries there were always some burning question. Some now it is a political situation, but in extreme way, so to say. But there was, for instance, as we talked, a Greek opera about gentrification of Athens, which is really burning question now, also political question between the leftists. This is the strongest leftist group in Europe, and government, especially with Mitsotakis now and the mayor of Athens and so on. So this is really a real struggle. So it was kind of documented by the opera also in a great way. So in Spain was something. So this is not doesn't need to be direct connotation to political situation, but the questions, actual questions, like you said, also ecology or sustainability and so on. What is defines our lives today, but literally.
Further questions, comments?
You had some.
I have one, because of course one cannot talk about contemporary opera without mentioning Žižek and all his how you say that, followers, so to speak. You said one of the, of course, of the most core ideas of Žižek is really the fact that the more that opera seems to die, the more it is productive. But can we also put it in that way to say what opera does nowadays is actually celebrating its own deaths?
Yeah, absolutely.
And what I think it's so fascinating, because in your direction of the other question, is opera proved to be an extremely robust concept, you know, especially I say in Western music history, extremely robust. What I'm missing in this archaeological, which I think it's extremely fascinating, the entire archaeological approach to opera, what I'm missing is actually the archaeology of listening and seeing, because these are the two conditions which opera make opera.
Yes.
And I never see that in contemporary. I don't know how you, or maybe I'm just missing it because I'm too stupid to see it. But maybe you can explore a little bit on that.
I think these operas need assume some precondition of some knowledge, because I mean, now through media we know what is going on about war, but maybe you don't know what is going on in Athens and what is the problem with these things, and some local problems also, mainly urban. Yeah, so it like conceptual art, it needs some pre-education, so to say, and I think it's not. So we still approach with traditional listening. I think so. Those operas are sometimes very communicative through technology, but very often it's not so easy to follow this when everything is deconstructed. For instance, for this performance, I can understand Ukrainian, but who can understand in Vienna? They said they will provide subtitles, but they didn't. So you have multilingual. It's not clearly pronounced text in one language, but you know, excerpts and so on. So it is not easy to follow. So it really requires so different approach also from audience.
Maybe I just
or I didn't
no,
yeah.
maybe it was myself who misinterpreted, because you know, especially when I think, for instance, as an example, like Dream Opera,
yeah.
which I think it's a marvelous piece of art. You know, what is actually archaeology there is all what it has to do with the history of opera from the beginning to the end, from the beginning to wherever. But you know, the most simple conditions that opera functions as opera is you need to see and you need to listen.
Yeah.
And there's also an archaeology how you see and how you listen to opera. From, let's say, I'm pretty sure that the people in Monteverdi's time had a completely different way to approach opera. But this two for me, as far as I'm concerned, these two conditional conditions which make opera so such a strong genre are never really part of this archaeological approach. De-listening and de-seeing, if these words exist in English.
I understand.
Right.
Yeah, I have to think about it. And it is also affect what you see, what I see, what somebody else see. This is also very different.
That's another question. Further questions and comments? Sorry about that. Not that we end up here in a, you know, in a dialogue between two people. Yeah.
Thank you, Tatjana, for your talk. At the very end, you said that nowadays opera is like a reaction to what is happening now. So, and I wonder, in set design, in plot, the compositions, they show all this reaction, but what about music itself? How it shows this reaction in contemporary opera? Or are there any, like in this trailer that you showed of Ukrainian opera, they a little bit explained how the music was done like a reaction to all these Chernobyl constructions, like this microtonality was derived from there. It's interesting for analysts to look at. But anyway, is music itself also somehow based on all this reaction, how it is expressed?
Yeah, as I said, this is there are some motives or declamation or singing just micro motives or very small excerpts. Or what we could see also in this trailer, this is just minimalistic pronouncing of words without meaning, like in Einstein in the opera, so different, but generally text libretto is deconstructed. Music is normally how to say, poly construction, so to say, because you have some kind of voices in front of you, but you also have from the screen something, or in both of those pre-recorded music, quotations of like references to the past, but also fragments, and electronic music. In the one case was pre-recorded or amplified piano, and in the second opera they had ensemble, but specific ensemble from traditional and specific instruments related to some geographic areas, so folk instruments, so to say. And this was in the same time with singing, and the same time of presenting European operas through the screen. So this is never one line or melodic or something singing in a traditional way. In this case, except of Ukrainian folk songs, this is always somehow separate. in this case, but doesn't need to be.
Thank you very much again, Tatjana. And I think we have a lot of food to think about it right now. And so that's the time to go to for the food for the stomach. Thank you very much a lot.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was also afraid.
Now, yeah. So hello, and I give you a very warm welcome to the very last session of our conference today. It's the third day, and there have been 3 very fruitful days full of thought-provoking topics and discussions, and appreciating the profile of our conference that has been interdisciplinary. I thank again the organizers, the Lithuanian Music and Theatre Academy. And now we are coming back more or less to pure musicology at the last moment. And I have the honor to present Agne Mažulienė, who is a composer, recently graduated by this academy, and merging in her research her practice as a composer, her creative work. And her topic today will be musical time in the score, obscurity or obviousness. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for introducing me. Is microphone okay? Good afternoon. First of all, I would like to thank dear professors Rima Pavilionienė and Rūta Stanevičiūtė, and of course Lina Navickaitė Martinelli, as well as other organizers, for the opportunity to be here today among such inspiring lecturers. Today, I would like to share with you some observations of my beloved topic, the expression of musical time in the score. More precisely, what patterns of compositional thinking lies beyond the qualities of notational science in different epochs. Dealing with my own compositions, I can strongly agree with Elizabeth Eva Leach, noticing that musical notation is the generation force behind the composition. In other words, it means that the visual patterns of writing down the music is shaping our thinking patterns. It could be illustrated by the fact that in European tradition, the shape of the note carries information about the duration and the vertical position about the pitch. So the vast majority of composers choose particularly these parameters as the main structural links and almost unconsciously absorb their potentials as well as limits. Moreover, the majority of analytic systems, Schenkerian set theory, Hindemith model, and others, are also based on pitch and duration material. So the timbre, dynamics, and articulation become secondary factors. As a result, we memorize and distinguish musical material mainly by the melody and rhythm. Our brain is developed to sort them as an orderly system with certain categories, while other equally important physical parameters of sound become kind of outsiders. After this brief introduction, let us have a look at diverse models of visualizing musical time throughout the Western music history and their links to peculiarities of compositional practice. The first case is Gregorian chant, the ancestor of left-to-right paradigm formation. As we know, the main function of the early neumes was to remind the learned melodic lines to cantors. The essence of music was the text, so neumes were written just above their syllables. It is interesting that even after the notation was no more subordinated to the text, the musical time is still perceived as a linear motion from left to right, forming lines up and down, although there are no other physical reasons of this representation. This principle is valid not only for Europeans. In Chinese and Korean cultures, music and text are also written in the common rule from top to bottom, and in Jewish from right to left. Let us examine some examples of neumes further. It is interesting that from the earliest examples, the individual neumes occasionally carried information about their approximate duration. For example, the dash, called epistema, indicated the lengthened note. The same did Tractulus. The stropha and ristropha, according to some scholars, marked tremolo, while other scholars claim that it marked 2 or 3 times lengthened sounds. Maybe these are the first attempts to define the proportions of the sound duration, but it remains under debate. In case of early neumes, we see that these notational signs were mostly dedicated to pitch parameter. And what happened when the staff is invented? We observe the radical shift of the notational sign's meaning. When a notational sign became free from its melodic function, the variety of elegant neumes was changed to seemingly simple squares. Step by step, they took over the representation of duration and rhythmic proportions. Firstly, defining longa and brevis at the beginning of 13th century, later adding maxima and semibrevis, in 14th century minima and seminima, and in 15th fusa and semifusa. In this scheme, we see this gradual switch. Notational signs with pitch function were transformed to the notational signs with durational function. Such a radical change in the notation later was never repeated until the appearance of graphic scores in the middle of 20th century. This change later resulted in a complex mensural system enabled to invent its rhythmic technique and write down such difficult rhythmic proportions as 9/8, 5/2, 7/3, and others. However, as the music was written in separate parts, the notes were written tightly one to another, forming the equidistant representation. That means there were no additional space after the longer note, like in current conventional Western notation with its proportional spacing. We have now longer note, longer space after it. The mensural system had one unique quality: relative note proportions, depending on the mensuration signs. It resulted in the possibility to read the same notation in several rhythm models. It stimulated the imagination of composers, blossomed out in various proportional canons. Perhaps the most difficult example of mensural canon is Pierre de la Rue's Missa l'Homme Agnus Dei II. In this picture, all 4 voices could be read from the same staff because there are 4 mensuration signs at the beginning. Tempus perfectum, like letter C, for bassus, tempus imperfectum, for bassus, tempus perfectum, circle for altus, and 2 diminished, proportia tripla for tenor and proportia dupla for superius. This example combines mensural and proportional canon principles, and what is more, includes not the freely composed melody, but adapts the cantus firmus. All these features provide the mastership of the composer and the flexibility of the musical time representation using mensural system and its relative notation. All the types of musical time visualization discussed by now had one thing in common: the linear disposition. But already in 14th century, composers broke this boundary. In this slide, we see several creative solutions to represent musical time in non-linear way. The main impulse to curb the staff was, of course, the structure of perpetual canon. It could be beautifully illustrated by the only survived score of music theorist and composer Bartolomėjas Ramis de Pareja. It is a canon of 4 voices written in white mensural notation. In the center of the circular score, there is a motto: Mundus et musica et totus consentus. That means the world and music and a complete harmony. At the center, there is an explanation for performers to divide the melody into 4 parts in order to create the pleasant harmony in Lydian or Mixolydian mode. The inscription at the bottom ironically depicts the principle of perpetual canon. Quote starts: "The trouble of all singers is this: when they are asked to sing among their friends, they can never be persuaded. But when they're not asked, they never stop." Quote ends. And The principle of spatial arrangement of notational elements in 16th century reached highly sophisticated forms, such as in Gisela Dankert's chessboard-shaped motet, with 20 predetermined solutions, or Ulrich Bretel's Eccepum Bonum with its strictly organized structure. In 3 concentric staves, 8 voices are arranged in a way that when the voices of inner and outer circles finish their parts, they pass to the middle stave, and all 8 form an infinite canon, in which all the 3 voices are 3 breves apart each other. Here we see that the composer did their difficult calculations to combine all this temporal idea with a pleasant harmony. What features are common to all the latter examples? From the notational perspective, it is one-page nonlinear score with a reductive representation. It enables several rules of reading the same musical material. And the main feature could be called the function of structural codification. The essence of this notational function is that the nonlinear representation of staves is chosen not for decorative or pictorial purposes, but it is integral to the structure of the piece. This feature distinguishes figure-8 music notation from the Augenmusik, where the visual representation fulfills only the symbolic function. In other words, in figure-8 music scores, the nonlinear representation of musical time serves as a compositional tool, expanding the common way of perceiving musical events chronologically. What is more, this approach to the score exceeds the limits of notation. It could be described as compositional type, combining 2 aspects: already discussed notational features and specific compositional techniques. This peculiar method of musical time representation is revived in the works of Aldo Clementi, Karl-Heinz Stockhausen, George Crumb, and some more authors. This tradition is also alive in Lithuania. Among the examples is the work "The Dazzled Eye Lost Its Speech," Apstulbusi akis prarado amą, Bairytis mažulis. It is written for 4 equal voices. It is his first figure-8 score, followed by 5 more. The piece has 2 canonic cycles in the upper loop and in the lower loop. During the process of performance, the voices follow one after another in the direction of the number 8, reminding the Möbius strip in Escher's painting. It was the inspiration for this composer. The disposition of the motifs are strictly ruled by the vertical relations. Already in the first entrances of the canon, we see the polyphonic patterns of the score. The lengthening of motifs appearing from the 5th segment also has a crucial role. It is a tool to change the direction of the counterpoint. When they're taken away, the diagonal comes to its primal form. And now let us listen to the excerpt of this canon sung by Claritas Vocalis Ensemble. Another curious example of musical time organization is Ričardas Kabelis piece New Moon, for 32 man voices and 10 tom-toms. According to the composer's idea, the parameters of this piece are changing depending on the date and time for the performance. 28 notes for the piece are chosen by the rotating astrolabe. It's in the screen now, this way. The year marks 1 tone, the constellation 2 tones, the phase of the moon on that day 3 tones, hour 6 tones, and even minute 7 tones. After the tones are chosen, the score can be written. In the screen, we see the example of 1 page. It consists of 3 concentric circles, or the fragments of them. Tom-tom's part is in the outer circle, 18 singers in the middle circle, and 14 singers in the inner circle. During the performance, they all stand in a big circle, repeating the figure of the score by their actual position. And the last example is my own composition for string orchestra, volumen. It's a Latin word for a spiral. To curve the staff into the spiral was not merely the decorative decision. The inspiration for the piece was a scroll of stringed instruments. Its elegant shape, starting from the Cremona luthers, has always represented the mastery of the creator. Even though the shape of the scroll does not influence the sound of an instrument, it, just like the other parts, is made putting the great importance to the proportions. According to the old tradition, the scroll is a spiral made of 11 logarithmic segments with certain proportions. My creative experiment firstly was to unwind the scroll and let the proportions of it become real sounds, following the acoustical principles of playing the stringed instruments. On the slide, we see the result of calculations I made for E string, and the same principle was adapted to the remaining strings. After obtaining the harmony, I applied the same principle to the temporal division, and it can be seen here. And the result is a spiral shape, which is both structural and symbolic. What is the key to read this figure eight score? The Arabian numbers refer to time division, marking the changes of the pitch, and the Romanian numbers, the detailed time division for the tone repetition. As the result, the first violin begins from the first Romanian, first Arabian, the second violin from the second Romanian, second Arabian, and so on. Everyone holds the initial pitch for every quarter of the spiral. Of course, this piece was performed from the conventional score, but I, of course, showed this structural score to all the players and conductor to imagine the idea better. And now I'll show the short excerpt of it, played by St. Christopher Chamber Orchestra. So to sum up, the musical time in the score is, on the one hand, simple if we rely only on the conventional Western notation, because many good pieces were written just from left to right. And on the other hand, when we start questioning the conventions of, and explore the peculiarities of temporal thinking throughout the centuries, it appears to be a very rich topic. And it encourages the theorists as well as composers to explore the endless possibilities of visualization of musical time. Thank you.
Thank you, fantastic, for this excursion in the composers' heads and the ways you are thinking of musical time. And these visualizations, this kind of bring us back to the ancient Greece, or even earlier there. The music is not an intuition or something, but it is constructed, it is related to geometry and mathematics, and this synthesis is coming back in contemporary compositions. So thank you for that, and I welcome questions from the audience.
Thank you, Agne, for your presentation. And your last words somehow already they resemble to my thoughts that I would like to ask you, as you mentioned in your conclusion that all these examples, they presented this kind of time from left to right, like this, how to say, two-scale dimension. So, and your composition also is the example of this thinking, linear thinking in time, and making this visual score also in timeline. So, but would you provide any examples when you look at the visual score? No matter are there any staves, any notes or other symbols, but which you will not read in this our conventional tradition from left to right, but some other kinds of reading maybe. May you provide some examples?
Thank you. It's a very philosophical question, actually. In my opinion, when we're looking at, for example, the score with several measurable signs, we can try to perceive it linearly in time, but at the same time, we can feel all the structure without thinking in time, because some lines are moving faster, some backwards, some in inversion, and other. So I think this kind of scores tries to somehow manipulate, play with the reality of time, which starts and goes in one pace and finishes. So if I understand correctly, I think that perhaps all the scores, or all the scores with a spatial arrangement, gives us that possibility to not to look linearly, but somehow to grasp all the time in 1 second, maybe.
But then also, as you mentioned, you had to show to the performers of your own composition the regular score. So this one that you showed on the slide is like, I would not say a sketch, it's one version, like on the one page, but also you have another version in our conventional usual score that has several pages, and musicians, anyway, they are practicing for using this regular score, probably.
Mostly yes, but for example, for that case of Rytis Mažulis apstulbus akis prarado amą, as I know, always the performance has that figure-8 score. And sometimes in the 14th century, there some evidence that performers also had to turn the sheet and to read in a circle. Maybe it depends on the level of difficulty of the score. And sometimes it's mostly impossible to put the structure so together to fulfill the two reasons, to provide the clear view of the structure and at the same time to give performance comfort to play. So it's also challenging, and it depends what is the reason of the composer.
But I was going to ask, what about ability of these interpreters? As continuing what Rima initiated the discussion that you had to show, or did you deliberately show this conventional version of the score to your performers? It was your initiative, or were they able to read the spiral one? I mean, the ability of choir singers or musicians to read those notations is also a question, or not?
It depends on the particular piece, but I think that if the musician is asked to sing from the spiral, the major problem is that there are no bars. And in actual piece, the musician's actual piece is not based on the conventional division of bars, but as musicians are used to it and they come together and they count in bars, and they, for example, say, let's start on 102. So it's one big drawback, maybe. And in this case, not always the idea and the practice overlaps well.
Thank you. Any more questions from the audience? Everything is clear. Everything is thought-provoking about how we would read the spirals in the score. Thank you, Agna, again.
Thank you very much.
So, and now I will go for our next speaker in this session, which is Yusuke Ishii. He comes from Japan, has studied in France and Germany, being also a musician, a pianist and musicologist, who has been graduated by Lithuanian Academy of Music and Theatre. And in 2020, he was awarded by Jurgis Mikalaitis scholarship for the implementation of the project, review and editing of manuscripts of piano etudes by Lithuanian interwar avant-garde, Vytautas Bacevičius. And today, his topic will be meanwhile, they are looking for the title. Oh, here it goes.
Your music is inside. Yeah.
So Yusuke's topic for today's conference is the aspect of timbre in the graphic notation of Vytautas Bacevičius' Graphique, Opus 68, written in 1964 for orchestra. Please, Yusuke, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. So today I would like to talk about Lithuanian composer Vytautas Bacevičius, his piece Graphique for orchestra, Opus 68. So Lithuanian avant-garde composer Vytautas Bacevičius, in the latest period of his life, created quite an original musical idea, which he called cosmic music. And in this period, he composed a piece for orchestra, which name is Graphique, which is a representative piece of this period. So for this piece, he, for the first time, employed a graphic notation. So today I'm going to present this Bacevičius piece, as well as the problem about this his graphic notation. Vytautas Bacevičius played a very active part as a composer and as well as pianist in Lithuania in interwar period. In 1939, he went on a concert tour to South America. After the outbreak of the World War II, Vytautas Bacevičius settled in USA and from 1940 and died in New York in 1970. So because of his status as immigrant in USA, he could not go outside of America and could not know about contemporary music scenes of Europe after the World War II. After got permanent resident status in USA, in 1961 and 62, he traveled to Paris, where he studied in 1926 to 30. So after his travel to Paris, he started to compose the aforementioned piece Graphic Opus 68 by using graphic notation. Although until then, he composed quite in a conventional way and never implied such a graphic notation. So how then he got such an idea of cosmic music and adapted graphic notation? I can consider two factors. First, so Vytautas Bacevičius was fascinated by abstract paintings of his friend painter Adomas Gardikas. So about the abstract paintings of Adomas Gardikas, he wrote, "This is real cosmic music. Contrast in the light, the color, and construction." Or another letter, he explained about the connection between music and paintings and said, "Graphic signs are very similar to opening of the human mind. Music and paintings are one and the same. Sounds and colors are from the same resource. They originated from the vibration of human body. So today's post-abstractionists should create atonal landscapes and use interval, as I used graphic signs." Or in another letter to his brother, he wrote, "These drawings define various timbres, colors, nuance, dynamics, characters, and playing techniques, and so on." So from these letters, we can guess a kind of idea of synthesis of art, which unified color and sound. So therefore, in this paper, I read my hypothesis that the idea of art synthesis could manifestate itself as a richness of variation of timbre, as a color of sound. So the second factor which I considered is Bacevičius' trip to Paris, which I mentioned before. So during this aforementioned Bacevičius travel to Paris, so he discovered and was particularly influenced by such composers as Olivier Messiaen, André Jolivet, and Edgar Varèse. And among these composers, only Edgar Varèse employed graphic notation in his work Poème électronique. So this Edgar Varèse piece could stimulate, in fact, Bacevičius' musical idea in regards of graphic notation. However, Varèse's piece is a purely electronic music using loudspeakers, and Varèse's interest in this piece is focused to the spatialization of sound and to acoustic. Meanwhile, Bacevičius was not interested in acoustic problematics because he, in his letter of 1964, he wrote, More than 1 year ago, graphic planetary music idea, even astronomical, word in my thought, but not in the acoustical or physical sense, but in anti-physical, anti-effective, or anti-acoustical way. So it must not be an external universe, but must be an interspiritual on my own individual universe. So as we can guess, his musical idea, cosmic music, was quite intuitive and somehow quite personal. Now I'd like to show you how the graphic score looks like, in fact. So, according to him, Šabasevičius, by using this graphic notation, he had to compose in 3 phases. So first, intensive thinking. The composition as an intentional product must be ready mentally. And second, graphic notation of the piece as a film of score. And third, transposition of the graphic contrast construct into the language of score notation. So, however, in the graphic notation of this piece, we can see some indications which don't exist in the score of orchestra. For example, in the graphic score, we see exactly the same group of graphic signs in beginning and end of piece. But actually, the end and beginnings of the piece are totally different in regard of musical content. And some indications of tempo are not correspondent to actual indication of orchestra score. So from these factors, I can guess that Šabasevičius' graphic notation is rather an intuitive and subjective means to draw out his precompositional idea or general energetics of this piece. And he didn't transpose note by note his graphic signs to conventional notations. So, as I showed before, Šabasevičius' graphic score is made by pasting very narrow strips of paper on which he noted score with graphic signs. Besides graphic drawing, he sometimes added dynamics, tempo indication, or instruments, and so on. So in the beginning of this graphic score, he left some indication how to read the score. So this is indications. So from these indications, we understand that lines and arrows can represent certain forms of notes, for example, chord or single notes, or articulation and contour of motifs or melody. However, Šabasevičius didn't explain anything about timbre. Also, in aforementioned his letter, he said these drawings define various timbre, colors, nuance, and etc. So, in this paper, I'd like to reveal some which kind of characteristics of this piece are found in graphic notation and how they are represented. Now I will mention some general characteristics of piece. So the piece is written quite in conventional way in the sense of orchestration, formation, and instrumentation. However, Bacevičius used various types of percussions and piano. So these effects of percussion and piano gives a certain characteristic of the timbre of the piece to the piece. And the main motifs of musical was rather played by brass and wind instruments than string instruments. And piece is based on multiplayer plans in the texture. However, textures are often based in the techniques of pedal sounds. And the structure of the whole piece is based by juxtaposing some blocks of heterogeneous textures. As I researched Bacevičius' graphic scores, I could reveal only characteristics of 4 and 5 about general types of texture. For example, now we can see multiplayer plans and horizontal lines which can represent the pedal sounds. Also, we can see gaps between blocks of texture like this, this one. However, I could not reveal the rest of characteristics about the timbre in the graphic score. So, by the way, some musicologists left comments about this piece graphics of Bacevičius. For example, according to musicologist Ona Narbutiene, graphic is a striking example of a pointillistic technique and of timbral music. Or another musicologist, Dana Paleonite, she says about this piece, a variant of sonorism. Anyway, we can understand that in this piece, Bacevičius focused on the aspect of timbre, and this has something to common with sonoristic idea. And this aspect could be a manifestation of Bacevičius' idea of art synthesis that I mentioned before, and according to Bacevičius himself, of cosmic music. So here I would like to try to reveal some sonoristic characteristics of this piece. Musicologist Alexander McLean classified the main types of texture which can be often seen in sonoristic music. So he calls them timbral texture forms. We can see now 3 pure types: dots, pointillistic textures, and lines, and some 3 composite types: stain, flow, and belt. So McLean mentioned that these types should be used only as a reference point of their appearance and not like a typology. For example, in some cases, it's very difficult to make difference between, for example, dot and stain, or between stain and belt. So I can now recognize 3 pure types of sonoristic texture in the graphic score of Bacevičius. For example, texture dot can be represented by vertical arrows. In this piece, some chords like this of short values are accompanied by percussion, whose pitches are quite unclear. So we can hear now almost like a kind of cluster, which can be considered also as a texture of stain. Pointillistic texture is represented by dotted line. In this piece, pointillistic passages appear consecutively 3 times in quite short period. First time played by by woodwind, second time by strings, and third time as a superposition of woodwind and string. So we can see that Bartsevičius aimed to create a contrast of timbre in the same type of texture. Texture lines are represented by horizontal lines. So, however, as we see, these types of texture do not really represent the characteristic of timbre of the piece, but represent rather texture or articulation, which are distinctive in the works of sonoristic music. In this piece, graphic, we can recognize also the composite types of sonoristic texture. However, there was not represented in graphic score. For example, stain or belt. In some place of this piece like this, we can see a mass of sound which are floating in the space. In another place, we can see an example of flow. Here are pulsating passages, always the same harmony, but changing instrumentation. So it indicates that Bartsevičius' interest is now focused on the gradation of timbres. As we saw, we can recognize some feature of sonoristic music, but they are not always represented by graphic signs. Now, I can add some characteristic passages which are not sonoristic, but can be recognized by graphic signs. So one recognizable graphic sign is zigzag, which goes up. So these figures are recognized as a passage which is always played with brass instrument. And second example is consecutive identical small arrows, which can be recognized as a passage played by piano and flute. Here, small motifs are repeated identically. So these two types of texture appear a couple of times, but always with the same instrumentation. So in other words, in this case, graphic notation can provide some information about a characteristic of timbre. On the other hand, it is quite difficult to know how timbre is changing in a certain period of time. So now my conclusion. I divided the whole piece of structure to small sections by musical characteristics, textures, and instrumentation. What I mentioned here is just as a graphic sign, is just hypothetical ones which could fit those places. But actually, as I said before, there is no concrete compatibility between graphic and conventional score. So as we see in the board now, the structure of this piece is based by juxtaposition or contrast of heterogeneous textures and different types of instrumentation. This is what we can notice also in graphic score. Also, a few graphic signs represent more concrete specificity of timbre. So to specify the timbre, but it is sometimes hard to write down even the name of the instrument or playing technique, etc. The structure of this piece is like a kind of mosaic, which can remind us of a structure of abstract paintings, in fact. So since this structure is recognizable also in the graphic score, so I can say that his musical idea is in part reflected in this graphics notation. However, we have to say also that the timbre as color of sound, which he imagined by creating his concept of cosmic music, is quite personal, and this might be difficult to be expressed by graphic signs which do not enough represent what he imagined. So according to him, he transcribed from graphic notation to conventional one, but on the other hand, he justified himself in his letter of 62 and 63 and says, on paper, this is not, there is not even 5% of whatever you came up during the night. So thus, Bacevich's graphic score could be just a resource of inspiration for this, his musical ideas. So this is my reference. Thanks, that's all.
Thank you very much, Yusuke, for this really enriching insight in Bacevich's written scores that you are deciphering literally and making this language, how to say, available to those who are not able to read them in their deciphered language. Any questions from the audience or remarks?
Thank you, Yusuke, for the presentation. I have some maybe remarks and also some comments and maybe questions. You mentioned that while being immigrant with the, how to say, immigrant status, Vytautas Bacevičius couldn't go abroad, so he didn't know what is happening in contemporary music. I have adopted, was it no contemporary music events and no concerts in USA, so he could not follow what's happening there, but probably, yes, it's going abroad anyway, enriched his all this view and all his knowledge. But I would not say that he was, while in USA, he was really isolated from what happens in the world in contemporary music. But looking at this graphic version of his composition, I would say it reminds me Penderecki's Threnody that was already composed. Did you find any mentions in Bacevičius' letters or somewhere? Maybe he was mentioning this composer, also Ligeti at that time already was involved in this graphic notation. And another question maybe about you said in the conclusion that yes, timbre is quite difficult to express in graphical notation. So, but you quoted Bacevičius' letter or some other statement where he says that Galdika's paintings, they are some kind of cosmic. So what he had in mind saying that he sees in these paintings, what was cosmic for him? Colors, combinations of colors, combinations of shapes. Are there any testimonies what he considered cosmic? And here I go back to what we were talking earlier about what Bacevičius was saying, cosmic music, and you have a little bit doubts about this. Was it really cosmic, this description? Is it true? Is it right to apply to his music? Maybe it's not a very correct word, cosmic.
Thank you, Rima. It's as I understand, so you have two questions, right? Yeah. Okay. The first question was about legacy or penderecki or some kind of. So these composers, I found in the latest letter of Bacevičius that he mentioned, in fact, actually, the name of penderecki was legacy, and I'm not sure he always knew, for example, atmosphere of legacy of elegy for Hiroshima of Penderecki or something like this before writing this piece. And because, for example, in the graphic, this piece, there is no clusters, and all the texture is quite harmonical. And I think that, so he was quite against this, some kind of cluster or mass of sounds like Xenakis or Penderecki or some kind of legacy style. I'm quite not sure, as he is influenced by these composers like Ligeti or Penderecki or these tendencies. And so second question about so cosmic music. How to say? I don't know actually, but so as I researched and as I read his letters about how he mentioned about his cosmic music idea, and it is quite not clear and quite. I have impression that his explication is quite subjective about cosmic music, and how to say, because when he lived in USA and I mean 1960 or 1960s. So he started to practice yoga or extrasensory perception or something like something occultic. And I don't know, maybe he dreams something like some idea which unified sound and colors, and from which he gave some inspiration as energy of music idea. I think that his idea of cosmic music is rather very personal thing, and not very objective conception.
Thank you. Any more remarks, questions?
So firstly, thank you for a very nice and clear presentation. And when you showed the excerpt of Bacevičius' letters, I just felt how inspiring for him was the idea of avoiding traditional sound formation, traditional score. And I would like to ask if there is a piece or several pieces in Bacevičius' works which are purely graphic, without traditional notes.
unfortunately, no. This is the only piece he adapted graphic notation. And apparently he planned to create a cycle of piece, which is very big cycle. So this piece graphic was a part of this cycle, but unfortunately he didn't finish this cycle. So I don't know if he created another composition with graphic score, or he tried to create with graphic score. As I investigated his archive, I didn't find any other materials about graphics.
Thank you, Yusuke, again. Thank you very much. And now we are going to the next presentation in our program. And I have an honor and pleasure to welcome a very dear colleague of mine, associate professor from Jāzepsvītos Latvian Academy of Music, Baiba Jaunslaviete, a long-term lecturer, professor, and enthusiastic editor of the journal of our music academy for long years, and also very enthusiastic researcher, both of 19th century and contemporary music. And today her topic is related to one of the also very dear composer of mine, Gundega Šmite. And her topic is manifestations of composer stylistic individuality through multimedia compositions, the case of Gundega Šmite. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, dear listeners. As you can see from the title of the paper, it focuses on a genre that just in the latest decades, due to the rapid development of various technologies, has gained an important place in the art music, namely the multimedial, or more precisely in the given case, the audio-visual compositions. For several Latvian composers, the multimediality has turned into an essential guideline for their creative work. And among them, the name of Gundega Šmite should be mentioned. She has realized her audio-visual ideas mainly in the field of chamber music, using very specialized, unique timbral combinations. And in order to reveal how these compositions reflect her individual style, the following topics will be discussed. The main techniques used by the composer for creating the visual message, as choice of colors, depicted objects, their symbolic meanings, etc. Second, the form and dramaturgy of the visual message, including its contrasts, recurring elements, and so on. And the relationships of the verbal text, if it is used both to the music and to the visual message. First, I offer a brief insight into the main principles of Šmite's creative work based on her own interview, and also some biographical information. Šmite is a Latvian composer and musicologist of the middle generation, and since 2015 she has been living in Greece. We see her in Saloniki in this photo, and she often reflects the influences of Greek folklore and myths in her music. Nevertheless, she also actively participates in Latvian music life. Her symphonic composition, Eos, Goddess of the Dawn, received Latvia's highest prize for musicians, the Great Music Award, and Šmite had been the chairman of the Latvian Composers Union, as well as the artistic director of the Arena Contemporary Music Festival. She herself says the following about her music. To be honest, my first creative expression as a child was not music, but literary impulses. And the narrative is extremely important for me, even in the instrumental works. So I don't really have such abstract music. Regarding just visual influences in Schmidt's music, I would like to quote also her reference to the words of her favorite composer, George Crumb. Namely, she quotes his statement that the music of a composer is always strongly influenced by the nature of his environment. And Schmidt concludes, as you see, Crumb grew up in a place where there are big valleys and mountains, namely in West Virginia, and maybe therefore there are such expressive echo effects in his music. On the contrary, they are not so characteristic for Latvia with its plain landscapes. And Schmidt believes that after moving to Greece, her music has changed, and the horizontal dimension that previously was dominant receded to make way for the vertical one. I quote, the mountains began to appear such greater, bolder contrasts in music. And here we see Schmidt on the top of Olympus on the morning of her 40th birthday. She loves these mountains, and she says that also friends told her that yes, you've somehow changed musically since you've been in Greece. And she admits that both the mountains and the special color range of the Aegean Sea, according to her words, are also reflected in her works. However, various visual sources have influenced the music of this composer long before her moving to Greece, and it follows already from the titles of several works. And in this paper, I offer first a deeper insight in the earliest composition that is influenced by paintings. She has several such compositions, as you can see, and mostly these are paintings representing the epoch of the end of 19th or beginning of 20th century. And then I will move to the folk song chamber mystery movie. It is something another. But the first composition influenced by paintings, it is this cycle, looking, dreaming. This work was created in 2003 and dedicated to the Latvian ensemble of the contemporary music Altera Veritas, that in this time consisted of the students of the Latvian Academy of Music, but nowadays belongs to the most prominent units of contemporary chamber music performance. And it includes an extraordinary timbral combination, a flute, an accordion, and 2 concert kokles. It should be reminded that kokles are traditional Latvian placket instruments, seemingly very far from the world of Van Gogh's paintings. However, Schmidt has involved them in a unified concept. Here you see her quotation about this cycle, and about the concept of the cycle. Looking, dreaming is a cycle consisting of 4 movements, and during the performance, 4 relevant paintings by Van Gogh should be shown in the video projection. And they are selected so that represent various periods from his rather short life in a chronological order. One moment. Also here we see all these pictures, the stormy day at the sea, and then the flowering plum tree, the sower, and the starry night. They are also selected from the chronological earlier to the later. And the last painting, Starry Night, arose a year before the death of Van Gogh. According to views of several researchers, it already reflects symptoms of his mental illness. So the art historian Sven Lovgren highlights the hallucinatory character of the painting and its violently expressive form. In general, both the outer movements of the cycle as well as the outer paintings, it is the first painting, the stormy day at the sea and the starry night, are the most dramatic and disturbing. And the only lyrical center with lighter shades is the second movement, the flowering plum tree, while the third movement, the sower, also outwardly held in a calm, unhurried flow, is full of hidden tensions. And seeing all four selected paintings together, we can also conclude that despite their variety, they contain recurring elements. In 3 of the 4 paintings, the image of the sky plays an important role. And it can be said that with each subsequent painting, the sky becomes gloomier. Although even at the very beginning, it is not bright and sunny. It is the first painting, the stormy day at the sea. And then it is the third painting, the sunset, sower and the sunset, and also the last one, the starry night. And another element that is also common for 3 of the paintings is a tree. In the second painting, inspired by the work of the Japanese woodcarver Hiroshige, it appears against a background of warm, calm colors. It is this painting. But in the following paintings, we see a similar development that, as in with the sky, namely the impression of hidden drama also grows, showing the tree at first folded in the third painting and then colored in nocturnally transformed tones and swayed by the wind in the last one. From the musical point of view, a common feature for all 4 movements is a repetition of certain textural patterns which could be associated with a painting process, applying one type of brush strokes. For an insight, I would like to offer to listen and to watch just the more lyrical and the more dramatical fragments of the cycle. And the lyrical center, it is the second painting, the flowering plum tree. So I will now go to the one moment. Scan file. Yes, one moment. Also comments, and then we will listen and watch it. So the reference to the inspiration from the Japanese woodcutter is obviously the pentatonic scale, which Mitte consistently uses in the parts of all instruments in different registers. As a subtle and muted ornamentation, I will show a short example. I must say that it is an amateur video of this early work because there was not a possibility to to her in maybe or more modern version, and it is an early recording of this work. So. Maybe here. Amateur video from a concert. The last movement, the Starry Night, with this already mentioned ecstatically hallucinatory character, similar to the painting, the image of twinkling stars plays an important role. And in music, it is expressed in a pulsation of various high register sonorities, heightened dynamics, fortissimo, sharp dissonances, especially in the accordion part. And let us listen and watch it too. Inside. So I will return to a presentation, try to return. Presentation. Yeah, thanks. And yes, here we can see also a fragment from the Starry Night, the composer's handwriting, and it seems interesting that already visually we see here this maybe character. It is glissando of concert that she has used in this work. And further, I would like to focus on another manifestation of multimediality in the music by Schmidt, namely her folk song Chamber Mystery or Dainu Kamermystery movie, Es karā aizietams or As I Go Off to War. This is already work for another decade of her creative work, and it is based on her own music and scenario created in 2016 in a tense collaboration with a young film director, Alexander Sokunovs. It attracted the attention of a wider audience and in 2020 was nominated for the National Film Award, Lielais Kristaps, as the best debut film. Schmidt composed the chamber mystery in Greece, and in her interview she admits that during her life in this country she feels an overwhelming desire to focus more and more often not only on Greece but also on the motives of her native Latvian folklore. And the chamber mystery is based on the Latvian dainas or folk songs about war. Its idea is described by the composer as follows. Also, it is a story about the soldier's courage to live and the woman's strength in letting him go towards the unknown. A woman stands next to him, be it a mother, sister, or bride, and reacts bitterly to his departure and absence. And as I go off to war does not provide an answer to whether it is worth sacrificing one's life to the war machine. It does not glorify heroism. On the contrary, it reveals the fragile internal walls of humans that is destroyed in war. After the premiere, reviewers admitted that the movie contains a pacifistic message that is historically determined. So Egils Kallio notes, with Latvia located between many larger powers, it is no surprise that many armies have crossed over and trampled Latvia throughout the centuries. And songs like Divdujiņas or Es karā aiziedams reflect on the sadness and loss that results from war, as well as the inevitable heartbreak for families. However, nowadays, in the context of the war in Ukraine, the message of the chamber mystery has acquired a completely different angle, which is described also by Schmidt and Okonovs, as you see on the screen. Also, folk song mystery was composed almost 5 years ago. The main idea was to reflect the war's cruel and senseless machinery that ruins countless lives. In today's reality of war in Ukraine, the concept of heroism that can get lost in behind the survival instinct gains a new meaning. So the chamber mystery consists of 10 movements in which, according to Schmidt, the soldier's path is marked: farewell, absence, and the journey home. The outer movements, introduction and postlude, indicates the eternal cyclic nature of war. Besides the main movements that are written for voice and acoustic instruments, the composition also includes 4 electronic interludes. Similarly to many works rooted in folk music, the vocal melodics of the composition by Schmidt are based on the strophic form and idea of ritualistic repetitions. And the instrumental parts too frequently include ostinated repetitions of certain sonoristic elements that highlight the general mood of the movement and the verbal text. The movie is black and white, which of course already creates associations of bygone times. At the same time, the main characters of the movie are the performers of Schmidt's composition, namely contemporary musicians. 17 video cameras were used in the filming process, and they also create a great diversity by showing musicians in various close-ups. And now I will, one moment, I will go to musical chamber mystery. So So an important technique frequently used with a particular dramaturgical subtext is the duplication or even multiplication of an image of certain performer. In order to give the text he or she sings a particular impact. In such moments, the music also reveals a real or hidden dramaticism, and one of the examples is the excerpt from the fifth movement that I will show. The woman soloist at first sings the text that could be translated as follows. A blue-green day dawned and the red sun rose. Does it come from my brothers who burned a foreign land? Latvien zili zaļa diena ausa, jo sarkana saule lēca, vai tie mani bāleliņi svešu zemi dedzināja. And then the male soloist also repeats these same words, loudly chanting them, initially with these rai intonation. And the dramatic meaning of the text is highlighted by both the accordion cluster with the remark maximum loud sounds and the already mentioned multiplication of the visual message. Thus, the soloist that previously represented an individuality, a lyrical character with his dreams and doubts, is transformed, showing him as a member of a terrible army. And the grid around the members of this army also seems to be an important sign or symbol. Let's listen and watch to this fragment. One moment. Okay. And finally, maybe then, I can do them. Go to a moment. I want the slides, the next and moved. Yes, I hope. Okay, some conclusions, something shortened. Also, the overall context of the Latvian multimedial music could be a theme for a particular research. However, we can speak about maybe two main tendencies. The first one is more focused on presenting the monumentality, majesty, and beauty of the nature that does not exclude also a high level of dramaticism. As we see it, for example, in the both multimedial symphonies by the contemporary of Gunter Schmidt, Erik Session-Waltz, the Nordic Light Symphony and Volcano Symphony. And the second path could be characterized as outwardly more aesthetic and mostly focused on the chamber style and psychological subtexts. Here I would like to mention also the younger contemporary by Schmidt, Linda Lehmann. In her audiovisual works, we meet sometimes similar techniques as by Schmidt, for example, frequently experimenting with doubling or tripling the same person, showing them from different angles, and so revealing sometimes unexpected subtexts. We have seen it in the Chamber Mystery by Schmidt. As I try to show in the analysis, in all the considered works, repetitions of several characteristic elements also create association not only with the content of the depicted painting or text, but also with the painting process itself, with smooth strokes of the brush. And at the same time, they reflect an influence of the 21st century traditions of the repetitive technique. The conducted study shows that the multimedial music of Gunter Schmidt is rich in ideas from the visual and purely musical viewpoint, and alongside several stylistic parallels with contemporaries, also her individuality is clearly manifested. Therefore, both the multimedial works by Schmidt and their research deserve a continuation, which may be helpful for understanding the contextual diversity of this important genre of the contemporary music. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As you can see, we are dig deepers into our composers' creative work nowadays. And I must say that it was really a nice flashback to have Altera Veritas on screen like 15, 20 years ago when they were all were young, and it was all the beginning of the contemporary music in Latvia. And currently we have really strong young generation of composers, Linda Lehmann, one of them that Baiba mentioned. Unfortunately, we are slightly out of time. Therefore, if there's one fast question for Baiba now, I would allow just one. If not, that probably we leave it for further discussions after the session. Thank you, Baiba, again. And now we are transferring to the States. Good morning, John. I believe it is morning in the US.
Yes, it is the morning here. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I welcome the last presenter of our session with a very intriguing title of the presentation, Augenmusik as Digital Age Art Form. So the iMusic and all related to this topic. And it is my pleasure to welcome John Dante Prevedini, who is a composer, educator, and public speaker, holds Doctor in Arts, and also has very interesting dissertation topic, the Grey Blue, a social media opera, 70-minute chamber opera on an original libretto. But today he will enlighten us about the historical origins of iMusic, different subtypes of genre, and current creative and statistical research about this very topic. Welcome, John.
Thank you very much. I have actually pre-recorded a presentation, so at this time, if you have the video, I think I'm ready to have us watch what I have recorded.
Sure, thank you. Do we have?
Thank you to the Lithuanian Academy of Music and Theatre for the invitation to speak at this conference. My name is John Dante Prevedini, and this presentation is Augenmusik as a Digital Age Art Form. First of all, what is Augenmusik? The term is a German word which literally translates into English as eye music or music for the eyes. and it basically means notated music that also conveys an element of visual art. It has a long history as a fringe compositional genre with roots dating back to the Middle Ages, but in recent years it's found a surprising new life in the fast visual culture of social media. So a good part of this presentation is going to be about why Augenmusik might be suddenly undergoing this shift, and thus what it means for composers and interdisciplinary collaborators today as a timely art form. Augenmusik can present itself in potentially endless ways, but I propose there are two basic types that we can observe in the existing repertoire. The first of these is structural Augenmusik, which means that the visual elements in the notation are related to the music's sonic structure. The second of these is decorative Augenmusik, which means that the visual elements in the notation are not related to the sonic structure of the music. Now, this is not to say that decorative Augenmusik cannot be symbolically impactful or artistically significant to the presentation of the piece. It just means that in decorative Augenmusik, the visual elements in the score exist independently from any audible implications on the resulting notated performance. We can also have hybrid forms of Augenmusik that combine both structural and decorative elements. And lastly, all of these can potentially exist in combination with aspects of traditional notation systems that remain unaffected. Here are a few examples of Augenmusik from the past to the present. The first image is one of the earliest known examples we have, and it's from the late 14th century French composer Baudelaire. This I would categorize as decorative Augenmusik, since the heart-shape effect is achieved by reshaping the musical staves themselves into a heart. If we were to stretch the staves back out into straight lines, the resulting composition would look and sound much like most regular music of the period. So the heart shape is not fundamentally tied to the sonic structure. Next is an 18th century example from the Gulliver Suite by Telemann. As you can probably guess, it's a programmatic suite inspired by Gulliver's Travels, which was first published within Telemann's lifetime. Specifically, this shows two movements from the work. The first one we see is Telemann's interpretation of the Lilliputians, a society of tiny people who are all about 20 centimeters tall. The second one is his interpretation of the Brobdingnagians, a society of gigantic people who are all about 20 meters tall. Respectively, Telemann characterizes these societies in the music using ludicrously small and ludicrously large rhythmic note values. So this I would categorize as structural Augenmusik, since the effect really does relate to the implied sonic structure of the music. Now we have an example from the 20th century. This is from the Macrocosmos by the recently deceased George Crumb, and it's a setting of the Agnus Dei for solo voice and piano, clearly in the shape of a peace sign. This I would consider decorative Augenmusik, for reasons similar to what we saw with the Baudelaire example earlier. Specifically, the peace sign is made from shaping the musical staves themselves, not the audible music actually notated on those staves. And lastly, here's an example that I composed in the spring of 2020 as an experiment during the COVID lockdown. This is Selfie, and it's literally a transcription of my face into piano music. I intentionally composed this as structural Augenmusik, since there is a one-to-one correspondence between visual contours of the image and audible contours of the pitch-based content in the music. I'll have more to say about this piece later on in the presentation, but for now I'll leave you with this brief excerpt from the beginning of the piece to illustrate how it sounds. As we can see, a major question in the composition of Augenmusik is how to reconcile the visual and auditory dimensions in the notation. Should we use structural Augenmusik? Should we use decorative Augenmusik? Should there be phenomenological synergy between the significance of the image and the significance of the music we hear? Or perhaps the image and sound should intentionally clash with each other? How does the symbolism of the piece's title fit into it all? Moving on, how do questions of performance or performability fit in? Visually impactful Augenmusik often involves making music notation systems do things they weren't designed to do. And so composers of Augenmusik might have to consider a lot of factors in terms of keeping the score practical and usable as a score. Rhythm, musical form, instrumentation, dynamics, and accidentals are just some of the potential factors here. Lastly here, composers may decide to turn to non-traditional notation practices to solve these problems. Here's an example of a piece in which the relationships among image, sound, and title are synergistically conceived. The image is a transcription of the face of Abigail Adams, an important historical figure in the United States, based on a portrait by Gilbert Stuart. The title is from a quote out of a letter she wrote to her son, John Quincy Adams, in which she says, quote, "The habits of a vigorous mind are formed in contending with difficulties," unquote. Here's a short excerpt from the beginning of the piece. Next, here's an example of audio-visual reconciliation using color. This is a transcription of a landscape photo in which visual color is transformed into orchestral timbre. Also, as with the previous piece, you'll notice it has a non-standard key signature in the Bartók tradition. This is a way of introducing harmonic variety into Augenmusik without having to break up the visual image horizontally with accidentals in the notation. In both pieces, I use non-standard key signatures to indicate a scale that repeats at the perfect fifth instead of the octave. Here's a brief example of the Ipswich Landscape Symphony from the beginning of the third system in the score. And now, here's an example of a large-form Augenmusik composition. In this case, it's a 46-minute, 9-movement piano suite in the shape of the Statue of Liberty. It uses several non-traditional features to display a full album of piano music on a single-page Augenmusik score. First, it utilizes non-standard key signatures in a manner similar to that used in other pieces I have already mentioned. Second, it displays the piano music on a single staff rather than a grand staff, a technique used occasionally by composers of piano music in the past, such as Morton Feldman. Third, the score actually depicts for each movement a preliminary theme on which variations are to be improvised in performance, hence the brevity of the notation, showing each movement on a single line of music. Due to time constraints, I won't be playing audio samples from this album during this presentation itself, but I may be able to play a short excerpt upon request if time permits during the question and answer period. So why does Augenmusik matter today? While Augenmusik has traditionally been something of an occasional novelty for composers, nowadays it appears regularly in the fast visual culture of both social media and traditional media. Part of this, I postulate, is due to the economics of attention. Think of it this way. Nowadays, we're constantly being inundated with information, and our attention is therefore in limited supply and in high demand. Imagine you're scrolling through your social media feed and you see two posts, both by content creators who are unfamiliar to you. The first is an inaudible link to an audio demo that takes 4 minutes to hear of a composer you know nothing about. The second is a thumbnail of a visibly beautiful photo of a sunset at the beach that takes 10 seconds to notice by a photographer you know nothing about. Which would you be more likely to click on, knowing nothing else? The photo that takes 10 seconds to see, or the audio link that takes 4 minutes to hear? That's precisely the question that composers of new music must face when they have to rely on social media to grow their audiences. For this reason, I sometimes say that a picture is worth 1,000 notes. And I maintain Augenmusik thrives in contemporary media partly for this reason. Another aspect of this is that Augenmusik communicates directly with audiences. This is very significant. The score itself can be the audience's introduction to the piece, even if a performance is impossible. This is exactly the situation we're just coming out of post-lockdown, so it's something I think composers should bear in mind. It also represents a dramatic departure from the typical history of Augenmusik. Up until this point, Augenmusik was usually something of an inside joke between composer and performer, as the audience would almost never see the score. But today, an Augenmusik score can be shared online and reach literally millions of people within seconds, potentially communicating something about the music to them in an instant, without a single note having been heard. And that's especially true for structural Augenmusik. Moving on, Augenmusik can engage multiple learning styles when presenting compositional content and subject matter. So this is valuable for teachers as a potential audience as well. Not just music teachers, but also in other subjects like science, social studies, or world languages. When composers like me share content on social media, most of us probably tend to do one of three things. We might link to a performance video of our music, or perhaps a scrolling score demo, or maybe a simple audio demo with background art or a screenshot of our workstation. Those are all at least the sorts of formats I tend to see other composers using, and which I've always used myself when posting traditionally formatted music content. But in 2020, when concert venues were all closed due to the lockdown, I decided to try an experiment, reinventing my own approach to composition to focus on single-page scores that could quickly communicate the gist of the musical idea visually on social media, including Augenmusik. The next slide shows the numerical data of how this experiment played out, using both traditionally formatted music posts and single-page visual music posts on my Facebook page. As you can see, Facebook's calculation of the engagement rate was nearly double on average for the single-page visual scores compared with traditionally formatted music-related posts on my page. Now, double may not seem like an overwhelming difference, But remember that when engagement includes shares or reposting, these effects become compounding. So the ultimate impact of the visual element on user reach can become exponential instead of just linear. And, in fact, that's exactly what I saw with my content. And a consequence of this can be seen on the next slide. Here are 3 examples of Classic FM's coverage of Augenmusik from August 2020 to July 2021. As you can see, the first article is about my experimental selfie composition, and then others followed. The next is from TikTok composer Luke Spine, who transcribes people's names and home state maps into music. His approach is interesting because he uses piano roll notation to achieve Augenmusik, not staff notation. So it's a purely structural approach based on direct visual mapping of pitch and time only. The last article is about composer Noam Oxman, who transcribes custom animal portraits into sheet music using a hybrid approach. The note heads provide structural Augenmusik, while the note stems and beams provide decorative Augenmusik to enhance the visible image. Here's another piece by Noam Oxman. This one's part of an awareness campaign on animal welfare and bullfighting, and it's a good example of how Augenmusik can be used by composers and other artists as a tool for social activism as well. Next, this is an example from an article from interlude.hk featuring 6 works of Augenmusik from over the centuries, which shows us that even very old Augenmusik has an appeal in today's visual culture. And now we have an example of a Pinterest page on the topic, which has received 410 contributions within just 2 years. So this all goes to show that Augenmusik is a genre that clearly has generated some surprising attention in recent years, especially considering its rather obscure history before this. So, in conclusion, why is Augenmusik a valuable digital age art form? For one thing, it has demonstrable appeal in today's fast visual culture. Next, it allows composers to reach new audiences visually when a sonic performance is unavailable. Furthermore, it has educational utility by presenting subject matter through multiple learning formats simultaneously. In addition, it has social and commercial outreach potential beyond typical new music circles, which includes the visual art market and social activism, among others. And lastly, it allows for new forms of interdisciplinary collaboration. So I encourage you all to consider the potential of Augenmusik as an art form for the digital age. It's something I think deserves to be taken seriously by the Academy and conservatories as a genre with potential for both artistic expression and community outreach. Thank you all for attending today, and I wish you well in your creative endeavors.
Thanks a lot, John, and sorry for technical issues we had with the sound, but can you hear us now, right?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank
Super.
you.
Thank you very much for a very interesting presentation and actually for concluding this conference again on this interdisciplinary note, as we started with decoding graphic notation systems and exploring them in 20th century composers' writings, and now you are coming back actually putting them together, the graphic with the conventional score in a way. I welcome questions or comments from the audience.
Hello, thank you for the presentation. I wanted to ask you, in the presentation, I heard your own pieces composition with face images. One composition was sounded quite with consonants and diatonic harmony, or etc. And the other composition was quite dissonance or chromatic. I mean, the musical language is very different. And I wanted to ask you that if this difference is this difference like results of strategy of your audio-visual reconciliation? Second question is two compositions were written in piano, and so this you chose piano as a formation because of these face images, or why you choose piano and not other instruments? Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. In response to the first question, the reason that the two pieces that use the face, the reason that they have a different harmonic consequence is partly because I chose different ways of mapping the visible contour onto a sonic structure. In both of those cases, you will observe that the physical shape of the image is mapped onto a traditional staff notation system. In that sense, it is subject to the same kinds of variables that any traditional music would be faced with if mapped onto a staff system. In other words, key, modality, scale type. So if we change a key signature from one tonic scale into another tonic scale, or if we use a non-standard key signature like Bartók, or if we used an atonal structure that mapped a chromatic system onto a traditional staff, then we could get different results, even with a similar contour. So it's a result of designing the sonic palette, if you will, the sonic parameters onto which a visible image is going to be mapped. That's my answer to your first question. And the answer to the second question, why a piano and why not some other instrument? I would say that that's basically the same thought process as for composing any other piece of music. What kind of a sonic world am I envisioning? It doesn't necessarily have to be for a piano. It could be for something else, but for my purposes, it made sense to use a piano in that sense. Also, because I was performing during the lockdown, I had access to very few options in terms of having an artistically satisfactory performance outlet. And being trained as a pianist, it made sense for me to start with the piano, especially since I was exploring a lot of these questions for the first time during the lockdown and had access only to the piano as a way of performing these works in real time. Thank you for your questions. Anybody else?
Hi, thank you for the talk also. I have my question is, let's say you're going to sell or give or whatever your sheet of selfie to another performer, for another performer to play. Do you just give them the thing that you showed us, or do you also need to give a more standard common sheet music? Because in the performance that you showed us, you have long notes, you have short notes, you have dynamics, etc. But in the sheet, in the visual aspect, you only have quarter notes, if I'm not mistaken, and pauses. So do you have to translate these organ music scores to traditional score notation system? That's my question.
Thank you. That's an excellent question. If we look at the score in more detail, we will see that direction says unspecified parameters are ad lib. So it is explicit in the details that tempo, dynamics, articulation, ornamentation are to be improvised. If we take tempo to an extreme level of freedom, then it can start to imitate aspects of rhythmic variety. In other words, if we slow down the tempo such that it is half the tempo as it once was, then a quarter note in context can start to sound like a dotted quarter note or even a half note. And so I would say to answer that question, yes, if we read the instructions literally, there is freedom for expression. However, if a pianist wishes to have an alternate score that has more specific instructions or has more detailed instructions as to the exact realization, I'm totally willing to create an arrangement. However, the original composition, as I envisioned it, allows for personal expression. So if I gave that score to another performer, I would invite them to explore different tempo realizations, different dynamics, etc.
And thank you. And I have another question, actually, unrelated. You said that organ music doesn't necessarily need, the sound doesn't need to represent the image. And in the selfie or in the one that you showed that represented a painting, for example, we know that even though in the score, in the visual, it is representing the painting, we read it from left to right and we read it in a continuous line. It's just like that because of, well, space. We need that to put them in the page. But I was thinking, for example, if we have, my question is, wouldn't it make more sense, but this sounds bad, but let's say it like this, wouldn't it make more sense to have, for example, an ensemble or an orchestral score, as if you don't go from the first line, then to the second line, to the third line, etc. You just have one continuous line, and then you represent the image. Wouldn't then for what we hear better represent what we are seeing, and that way have a better connection between both the visual and the audio? I don't know if the question made sense, but yeah.
Well, thank you. It actually sounds like you asked two questions. The first question, it sounds like you were describing the process of whether there's more to it than just a literal representation of the image. And I would say, yes, we can transcribe an image directly into music as an automated process, but that wouldn't always make very interesting music. There should also be some emotional content that reflects the image in a programmatic way. Many composers, as we know over the centuries, have captured themes in a programmatic context, even without Augenmusik. But I do think programmatic interpretation of the emotional character of the piece has a place in Augenmusik too, and it can help to add another dimension to that theme. That's one question. Now, the other question you asked is whether it is possible, instead of multiple staff systems doing a cross-section, to just have one large cross-section where we have an entire ensemble, perhaps with the lowest instruments at the bottom of the orchestral score and then higher instruments at the top of the score. That, I think, is definitely a very direct way to represent an image. A challenge with that, though, is that we are also trying to write idiomatic ensemble pieces. And there is a general rule that it's always difficult. It's usually difficult when a piece of music takes longer to set up the ensemble than to perform the piece. And so I think for that reason, sometimes it might be advantageous to just have a cross section. Maybe a soloist or a small chamber ensemble can play a performance of 5 or 10 minutes, for example, instead of having to set up a 20-piece ensemble to play a piece that's only 1 minute. Now, if it's synthetic or a virtual ensemble, that's one thing. But as traditional concert music, it avoids some technical disadvantages, I think, and based on my experience, to have the option of doing a cross-section of an image as well. So both are definitely possible and have their advantages, but also their disadvantages.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more questions or discussions, comments? No? All right, so it's my honor and pleasure to close this very interesting session, which is the last session of our conference, Music and Visual Culture, Score, Stage and Screen. Thank you, John, again for joining us. Have a nice day. Well, we are entering already in some Saturday night mood, finishing up the conference. Thank you again, Lithuanian Music and Theatre Academy and Rūta Stanevičiūtė and Rima Pavilionė personally. And well, see you next conference, or I pass the mic to Rima to close the conference.
Okay, I may sit in the place of moderator. So thank you again, all who survived up to the end of this conference, the audience who were asking the questions, listening so carefully to all the presentations. Really fascinating 3 days, really very different topics on music and visuality from different sides, from different opinions. So we see this this subject is really relevant at a time and may raise different questions, different thoughts. So I hope we will continue the tradition of Baltic Musicological conferences after this one, and we will be back in 2 years, as the Baltic conference happens in every 2 years. Maybe our Latvian colleagues, maybe our Estonian colleagues will also will join this initiative, and maybe next Baltic conference may happen in Latvia. Maybe. Thank you, Lauma, for your moderation of this last session. And let's say this conference ends, but we have also an evening concert to which all the live participants are invited, and all our online presenters I would like to thank again, and see you next time.